And we're good. We are good. All right. Beautiful. So, let's go back in time and play version 1.0. Since last time, I've spent a couple hours wandering around with crime. So, enemies in here, bears apparently have like 800 health. They are quite beefy. So we had to just focus on killing crabs and stingrays for a while. Well, at level 9. And then we had to leave here because as soon as we reached level, like, I don't know, like 11 or 12, the stingray started casting poison, which does 100 damage, which was most of his health. So then we went outside. And we can't fight the grease monkeys because they vanish. But I was able to steal some meat off of them. No, here and there. I was using a lot of meat in order to survive any encounters in here. And then I was able to beat up squirrels. Groups of 4 squirrels we were able to beat with using some dried meat. So we were strong enough to not use meat during an encounter. And we were able to then defeat, eventually, rhinos. So I think we're at the point now where we can give it a shot. Yeah, we spent most of the time in the back row. It was only the last couple levels where we were strong enough to stand in the front row. And we had the bolo on for most of it, for the evasion. But now I think that recently we've been able to stick up to the gouche and the butterfly. Hopefully we can damage race tunnel armor here. And with the ribbon, this is just a hair kind of just because for stamina, whatever. It's the only other thing we have. Ribbon will stop him from being able to put me to sleep. So that'll be a wasted turn. Someone's coming to the wall. Who's that voice? Who said that? Because I insist on doing this gag. Because this was stopped later. And we've earned some money in the meantime in order to make up for it all. Really appreciate quick fill. Nothing's going on either side, the bar will fill up a lot faster until something's happening. It's really nice. So our first attempt, we were doing like 30 damage a pop. Gained 12 levels. Hey, Woofles. Yeah, Brave New World, but with merchant crime. Ah, that subscription. You are the man. You are the dog. Thankfully, because we have that ribbon that hadn't been moved yet at this point, that's a wasted turn. Now you're supposed to fight this guy like 12, 14, many levels earlier. We're now just straight up beefy enough. We can solo Tech Rider, not Tunnel Armor, or Hell's Angel is what he's turned into later. In retrospect, it probably would have been much easier to do this had I done Savin scenario first, so I could have the black belt. Because there's no unequip imp like there is later. So it means I'm not going to have the ribbon for Savin scenario, but that's fine. We've already established that I'm more than willing to do the long grind. Prime, please. Prime, you just whiffed 4 attacks in a row, my man. One more hit and I'll have to stop and heal. Thank you. Alright, that was a little over 2 hours of grind while watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Moving on. Looks like we're in the clear. Prime, who are you talking to? Prime. You feeling okay? Kupo. Alright, let's lock that in. Yeah, do that here. Yeah, Celis's distraction. I never use her anyway, so may as well. Let's establish that Shadow and Celis are the 2 we don't use. Alright, welcome to the team, Bear. And yep, did not unequip lock for me. That's a very nice feature of life that's added later. Oh well. We can punch. And that's a no, thank you. 3 steps. Did not make it to the house. Back here in time, in the age of before the original release. So many things have been improved. See the goods. Now, the whole lock scenario thing, that got me a bit of money. Let's just establish never having to buy some other things again. We'll take a hat. And a bandana. Let's just want for nothing for a while, huh? There. Let's just not ever have to worry about these. Hey, Say! You just missed, beat soloing tunnel armor. With Crime. The other character we won't use. Now, I don't know if it's in this point in the game, in this point in the development of Brave New World, where you get a bonus for killing him off, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Huh. It looks like Locke actually figured into his level. I didn't think Locke had anything to do with their level. So cool. He's gonna start off a little stronger. Oh, he comes with a gauche. We'll find out. But I felt like I didn't expect Shadow to. Why? Because I could. Because we didn't have Kutan. Kutan was talking to us, but we didn't have Kutan. And apparently his name is Tech Rider. And in fact, I think I want to put the Atlas Armlet on Rip here. Because Rip is going to do some damage. Rip is going to rip and tear. Yeah, level 20. Because I could, I skipped Celis. Haven't gotten to do that in Brave New World. Oh, these are not yet, multi-target. Well, that's... That was added later, I guess. Death counter. Or just throw counter. Alright, we're gonna find all sorts of things that I'm going to expect that, came later. And with the power leveling of 2 hours of that, we have enough cash to just stock up on ham and bird shavings. Ew. It's a bit much this early on. Nice health though. Look at that. 69 and 96. Alright, let's put you back in the front row since shurikens are not multi-target. Hey Doofs, how's it going, buddy? Welcome back in time to 8.5 years ago. Oh, what a good dog. Yeah, hit that birdie thing. I did, I spent all my cash on feathers, and now I won't have to buy bird feathers ever again. I could be as reckless as I care to be. And when we ever get Crime back, he's got things under control. it did take me... it took me aback that one of the enemies were completely harmless until I gained a level or two, and then it started casting poison, and it would only use poison. So a group of them would wipe Crime every time they popped up, because they were faster than him. Am I gonna get wiped by Gale Cut because you missed your attack? Yeah, Bear's going to die because Rift whiffed. So I guess when alone, this man throws out a lot of wind. And this is why I'm glad I have that extra shapings here. Random Numbers has declared that he will die here. BTB was not sure about whether or not I needed Celis. Hey, have you heard? Oh, is the joke here? The joke's been here that long? OS. Here he comes. A lot of foul language at 1.0. The numbers are a little, yeah, we don't know if Crouton breaks the mod. It would break it in the current state of the mod. So far, numbers are a bit ruder and the language is a bit ruder. Otherwise, just a lot of I expect small things that from being... Oh, I guess the Soldier A line was added in later. Really good. While they attack, I need to let my dog out. It's hopeless. They keep running face first. At the wall, at the castle. They're eventually gonna break through Kool-Aid Man style. Alloweth me the honor. I don't feel like that's the current way he talks. Yeah. There's actually another patch out there that adds more swearing. Wouldn't that be something? I did like the difference of Terra learning, still have our Hanzo Steel. I really miss the new equipment screen. Start in the background. Why do you start in the background? Oh. This is just kind of making it up as they go along. Starts with 1, 2, and 3. Well, I guess because I'm higher level. What's up? Ye old Cyan. The game sounds a little quiet to me. How's it sound to you guys? All our enemies grow tired without. I like that Terra learned Poison first, instead of Muddle. That was pretty neat. Because Edgar could already do Muddle, but he could also do Poison in this version. Wait, no Black Belt? Aw. no black belt. Hit it. Ow, I punched a box. I'm so surprised. My hand hurts. Language. Just an effing stray cat. He was gonna say effing stray cat. He should then yell at the dog for not alerting him. Wait, did I win the Phoenix down? No, I didn't. Okay. I still have 98. So he may have a nothing drop, or he doesn't have the black belt. Either one could be it. All right, let's put that on you. Having to hold down a button for the auto dash. That's also something I'm glad they fixed. I really appreciate 2.0, 2.1. The South Park patch, where every single line has some form of swearing in it. Gotta get this rated M for mature. Leo, of course, would have the softest swears. The kind you'd see in Napoleon Dynamite. I would like to hear BTB brainstorming how he would fit swears into some of these lines. M from Magic. Yeah, get out of here. Really, something I just kind of took as face value because I started playing this game when I was a wee tot. Returners is kind of a lame name for your rebellion group. We're going to return the world to the way it was. We return the Returners. Got it. That's our name. We're the really good guys. That line is gold. I wonder if that was the line in Japanese. I wonder if that actually translated. And here's a box I did not know was in the game until Brave New World. No stats, just shell. Well, I guess it literally is nothing, but alright. At least the stats they added later make it as good as nothing. Better than nothing. This is as good as nothing. Bad dog. Oh, I'm not stopping, BTV. I'm going the distance. I'm going for speed. I'm going to be sad that you didn't add in multi-target shuriken till much later. The only thing you really missed so far, BTB, was me buying 100 ham and 100 bird feathers after soloing Tech Rider. Like Soldier or Seed. I'm all alone, in the time of need. Soldier sounds cool, I will admit that. Seed, Garden, Seed, I played through 8 for the first time not too long ago, and that game was alright. It was goofy. If they had less serious stuff and more goof stuff, then that game could have been amazing. What a penis. I wonder, was the... What happened? Oh no! No, I'm just standing completely still. I think my webcam is dying. It keeps doing that, and sometimes it gets like all glitchy and staticky. Or maybe I just went so long not using it that my computer has no idea how to handle me turning it on anymore. Who knows? Yeah, 5 is amazing, because 5 is like, hey, goofy game! The bad guy, your character, that's the turtle, goes, what, you think I've been sitting around eating pizza? And the bad guy goes, perhaps you should have been, because there will be no such tasty delights in the afterlife. That 5's amazing. If only 8 had been that, had kept itself that silly. Part of my delight for 8 was naming the main 2 characters Hey Bro and Sup Man. That led to a lot better dialogues. My first run of that, I did a, like, for the playthrough, I streamed it, I did a no-draw run, except for the espers. And that was the way you're supposed to play the game. The problem is that the people who made the game did not understand, the people who did the dialogue, I guess, didn't understand what how the mechanics worked. So they lied to you and want you to sit there for hours on end drawing 300 stacks of everything. Just tank these enemies and draw for 300 things out of everyone. That's not how the game was supposed to be played, and it's very obvious when you start playing it that way. You get all your spells from cards. And that is further pushed by the game not giving you experience if you card an enemy. But the enemies get stronger if you gain levels. So really, it does have a nice feedback loop going that the game lies to you about and doesn't explain. The only thing I wish I had done in 8 was actually explore the final dungeon. I happened upon the end of the final dungeon immediately, and even without unlocking anything but limit and attack, I just went for it as a joke and won. I'd only unlocked one thing. Here's this great system. How about you play it the super tedious way? What? Why would I do that? That'd be fine. No. I don't want to play it tediously. Alright, Dispatch. Still 2 times damage to humans. Cool. Ignores defense. MP damage. Alright, Empowerer has been the same. Alright, these first 3 have been the same. Nice. We'll collect the free item. Who knows what that will be? Still a remedy. Yeah, I gotta stream these great games to, like, somewhat get my brain out of the game I'm making's mode. I give myself a little break so I can get back, so I can keep doing it. without burning out. Like let's say my to-do list was only a few things left to do. I thought. And then people started playing it, giving feedback, and now my to-do list is like 8 times as long. Bye, Victus. Ow, my organs. That's a good reaction there, Bear. Ow, my organs. Knife. Usually in this fight, Cyan ends up using Cleave. He actually used a move he knows. Do be careful, sir. I don't think I know suplex yet. That'd be a kind of neat system if Bear always knew all of his techniques. Like, they were always unlocked, but he didn't tell you about them until he gained the level. So on replay, you could just go straight to the other ones. Or just like the next one. Three dispatches. I'm a helper. I'm Bear. Brother to the King of Figaro? Well met, Sir Bear, brother to the King of Figaro. Scenes like this make me really wish they do a real remake of this. I hope they make so much money from their Final Fantasy VII remake that they decide to redo this one in a similar manner. Square seems to do that. Every time they make a lot of money, they put out they throw it into something that's really not worth it. So maybe they can consider this not worth it and then do a good job with it? Like, they made a lot of money with 1, and then just tried a bunch of weird stuff with 2. Well, I think 2 was fun, but a lot of those mechanics went away. Turned into the Saga series. They made a lot of money with 7, and they made 8, where they dropped the ball real hard and almost killed the series. Made a lot of money with 10, and then made 10 too. I don't recall 13 being well received, and I recall 13.2 and 13.3 being even less so, Maybe they're just still rolling on that money train from all the spin-offs of 7? I wonder if the remake for the tentacle fight was done in 1.0. And if it was, how it would react to Sabin not being in the fight. Which would probably not be a great idea to have Edgar soloing the tentacle fight. Since I can't imagine Kutan's gonna be a whole lot of help there. I can't... It's been so long since I played Vanilla, it's really hard to believe that this is how slow battles move in Vanilla. Something just hit Bear for more than his max health. Ouch. Booger, get up. You're gonna make me use one of my 100 bird shavings. Got even slower in 1.6. We're not just turn-based, but it's put your move in the mail and wait 5 to 7 business days to hear back about what happened. Like how prisoners play chess. I put down the controller in between turns. And it's like, and battle speed doesn't do anything for you. Battle speed only affects the enemy ATB in Vanilla. So you'd actually want to like turn that down to like 6. Oh, you came up with quick fills. You made Final Fantasy VI back into an action game. Ah, you are the glorious one. Like right in the intros, I started noting how, man, this is so slow. The hit rate's pretty atrocious. Like a lot of crime grinding was for whatever. So crime could hit around level like 13, 14, and I had to leave whatever it was that the sand race started casting poison and wiping crime every time. We had to start fighting outside of Salthigra, where he could beat up the rhinos because he did like instant. You could hit the rhinos with each knife for like 130, which was good, but he could only hit the squirrels for like 40 damage. For whatever reason, squirrels have insane defense. And I went the wrong way? What? Alright. And have very high evasion. Squirrels were very frustrating to fight. Good dog. He was nearly fully working when he retired. This was crime. At level 20, Prime was hitting the squirrels for 50 damage each with each knife. And that was it. But these ghosts don't seem to have Blaze. Oh wait, okay. That's the first time he's used Blaze. Blaze inflicts... Ooh, look at that. Blaze inflicts, Berserk. That's neat. You get red hot. Did I really go the wrong way here? Right? Up. This is the wrong way, apparently. Alright. Take a few months off of Final Fantasy VI and see what you forget. The Spirit Claw does Imp. There's a neat little blast there. Hold on. Because of the... Yeah, because this isn't the new equipment screen that is amazing. Randomly cast Imp. Wonder who that is in mind of for. Or if it's just because. Nowadays, that does slow. "10,000 years of fighting ghosts in the forest." Thankfully, Locke has given everyone else 3 to 4 levels. By osmosis. The Domo Railway, which transported what to where? Wonder if there's supposed to be like a mine on the other side or something. Cool set piece, just doesn't make sense to be here at all. Like, this set piece would make more sense if Cyan did acknowledge that there was a railway here. Whoa. Dost thou think? Spook. Level 15 Spook. Who has his Spook Stick and a Relic Ring? It was still Relic at this point. Sure. I love sometimes that the animations just go off the other side of the screen. Why? Eh. They do. Don't worry about it. Alright, enemies undead dying at 0 MP is a thing here. That did exactly his max health. The spook stick is a sword. Oh yeah, there it is. Spook stick. It's a knife. It's a stick. What are you discussing about, Zuhan? Huh. Exam yesterday in which you will get 40%. Is that out of 100? You're just that good, man. Take the win. I guess they don't want you throwing shurikens here, so... Life. I really like the change of making it so the shopkeepers are a different color. That's really nice. The old jolly Christmas bonus. Tear it up, Zuhan! So, is this one of those classes where you had to get a good grade? Or could you just literally have not shown up today, still passed the class, and then been fully disgusted? Yippee-ki-yay! From the greatest Christmas movie ever. Speaking of Christmas, best Christmas movie of all time, Die Hard. Never enough Die Hard references. That's the right response. Come on, my Spirit Claw couldn't kill a zombie? Rude. You've sucked someone else into your black hole of heroes. I didn't feel like I could stop playing until I played them all. Takes a while for Bear to learn anything else, my goodness. more than his max health. I just noticed that knockout is just called dead. Look, it just said on the bottom. Here, we'll see it here. Dead. Well, yes, how did you know? That is what will happen to this man. What a charge time for Mind Blow. That was all of Bear's ATB filling. All of it. We hadn't yet made Cyan particularly useful yet. He's super slow, and his skills take it in another entire ATB bar to go off. Just meat. No sprint shoes or anything. Well, the sprint shoes actually were still in Figaro, so... And sadly, whoever's idea it was to add the Unequimp, they deserve a beer. Dying up to his name. Because, man, the fact that I forgot to unequip my people as I brought Edgar in because I was doing a gag with an Edgar scenario too, means I didn't get to unequip any of them and get any of my stuff back. Because for whatever reason, I decided to do Locke second, even though I knew I was going to do the gag if the soldier was not standing still. Now, no one here gets to wear a ribbon. The Unequimp would fix all of it. I will Venmo someone a beer. Ooh, I want to see this fight. Let's see, as of 1.0, on the official release. What did he do with this manicurist? Who could have easily had been Gilgamesh. Had 5 gotten an official English release, this 100% would have been Gilgamesh. Good dog. Good dog. I actually would love to see what it would take to get Siegfried to do attack rip dog back. Attack rip dog back. If Shadow in party, attack Shadow. And only Shadow. Chaz needs his albuterol. I love that this gag has been here this long. This is one of my favorite gags of the game. As much as I would love to see him be a real boss fight in this game, this encounter being a gag is really good. Adios. That's a tent now. I'm really trying to think of why the Spirit Claws have Imp on them. Slow is just generally useful. What enemies in particular does Sabin see? There's no one in his scenario you'd care about imping at all. It's a trap! I don't know if I have a way to cure Imp. Please don't imp my people. There. Nice dodge of Demi. Thanks, buddy. Oh, not you. Maybe this was the guy? No. Whoop, there goes the Demi. Just do this guy! Demi just off it goes. I wonder what was caused. There's the black belt. Randomly counter attacks. Who's not missing anymore? You're not missing anymore. 14 stamina, Cyan? Man, this old man. Not a lot of staying power. His armor alone is 80 pounds. He can barely stand as it is. I forget if the road change against this boss is real or not. I could bring Shadow to the opera. Ooh, right before the train. What'd you get? Nice. Just in time for the train. Oh, baby. Like I planned it all along. He's taking the... Yeah? It's hilarious. I actually recently learned, BTB, that you could just click on the unit you want during tactics. You don't have to wait and hit next for every single one. I didn't realize that. You just click and select who you want to move next. Alright, I guess I don't get to suplex a train. Thanks. Oh, and it's a real road change. I want to suplex a train. It's really good, BTB, when there's an obstacle in the middle of the field, so they have to walk all the way around. I don't know how you're pulling that off, Shadow, but I'm super impressed. Shadow, I don't know. Whoa! Whoa! Please, somebody clip that. That's so good. Bear went the other way around. to reach the train. That's really good. Do it again. Do it again. Go to the left. Whoa! Whoa! How'd you do that? Bear! Bear, how'd you do that? I guess you're also blind? Yeah, you must also be blind. Here, have an eye drop. The 1.0 release! Bear to... If I just keep going west enough, I'll eventually be east. Okay, he is evil tooting like every 4 turns. This is a real annoying. BTB, I would love to hear why the Spirit Claws had Imp to begin with. Do it again. Which direction will he go this time? Whoa! Man, Rip is surprisingly durable right now. 37 damage on that, Oh no! Oh no, Meow! He suplexed in Cyan. I thought you couldn't... I thought you couldn't blitz your own people. How'd you pummel yourself? Bear, please. You just punched yourself right? Are you pulling a Fight Club? Tyler Durden over here. I just want... Alright. Can I get Bear to suplex himself? Because suplexing yourself would... I would call that... falling over? Yeah, that's what I would call it. Just, you know, I fell over. Cyan's gonna sleep himself to death there. Evil Toot. Okay, so the road change is real. So let's go ahead and slide Shadow to the front. We get another chance to, Now, I'm guessing Suplex confused back in the day? Because, let's see. Oh wait, this was right before that battle. Alright, hold on. One encounter. Yes, everything is seated, so it's the same encounter. Perfect. Perfect. Let's put that right in here. Alright, so let's confirm that suplex, in fact, does confuse? Yes, it does. Alright, I would be pretty confused, too. To be fair. Alright, row change. Not you. Dead in my tracks. There ain't no getting off of this train you're on! What's a reference to that other boring Final Fantasy? The one that also could have been done better. Oh, no. Same results. The Evil Toot result was seeded. Shadow. Shadow's so good, he blocked that attack in his sleep. He blocked the attack in his sleep! Oh my god, 1.0, this has me hurting. First time we see... Although he didn't do Acid Rain last time. Ow! Cyan's not even gonna be able to get 3 turns off to do Mind Blow. Okay, 2 hits. 2 Mind Blows. You have derailed your fate. Oh, what a good fight. We hath arrived. Flickering Thuckatash. We hath arrived. Elaine. Owain. Rest in peace, Owain. Your daddy traded you out for a little girl. Rest in peace, Elaine. Your daddy traded you out for a Scarlet. Her name's Scarlet, right? Yeah, I think that rings a bell. One hundred 10,000 steps already. How long we ran back and forth in front of South Figaro. Using that cabin a lot. Let's see if we still got the free heal going into the falls. And I don't trust this game. I'm going to go take your equipment off. Thank you very much. We'll give that to the people who deserve it. Hey, Faye. He ripped because he dead. He dead, he will be dying. That is one. I have chosen my 2 characters we will not be using this run. We will not be using Rip, because Rip will not make it to the end. And we will not be using Kutan. This must be Barren Falls. The south lieth the belt. 'Tis a wild and dangerous land, inhabited by all manner of ferocious beasts. The Empire's right our tails, we can't turn back now. Yes, so, but if we can but cross the belt, we should reach the town of Moblith on the eastern coast. He's Roger Rabbit. Oh, crazy. I'm out of here. And apparently Rip is Bernie Mac. RMP Bernie Mac. Thanks for your help. Did I save? Alright, well, in case we don't get a free heal, let's just... We do in 2.1. Good. That's been around a while. And we're just gonna decline the Rizopus fight. Poke Cyan, will ya? Appreciate it. Alright, GG. What? No. Oh, that wasn't around back then? I can't decline to fight Rizopus? See, nowadays, if the last of 3 fish is killed on a counter, it doesn't run the script to pull out more fish. It just ends the fight. We're gonna get our star character soon enough, guys. Never mind the fact that crime is 10 levels higher than everyone else. I needed to have paper and pen ready for Gal, right? Or did they have the rages listed in the thing? I don't know. We're gonna find out. So I'm still gonna write them down. Like documentation is good and fun and paper and pen. Fish, if you would please poke the old man. Alright, old man, if you could also now counterattack. If stamina has to do a counter, then Cyan having like 16 stamina is going to go really against him being an actual person. Got all the puzzle solutions. Resident Evil 2. I've never played a Resident Evil. Alright, fine, we fight Fish. Let's go. Fish immediately opens with El Nino. It's time for the Nino! We're just Spanish for the Nino! Would recommend. Because I never played those games, I always mixed up Resident Evil and Parasite Eve. I always thought they were like the same game for the longest time. Let's just do 200 damage sap tick. That's a big 250 damage sap. We're barely doing that much damage. Wild. Oh, whoops. I keep wanting to press select to see the, Oh, he can be confused. Keep wanting to press select to see the gate, the, max health. You caught a cold. Oh no, Faye! Don't catch a cold in the land of forever rain. It's not good. That'll make you get even sicker. Feel better soon. Rizopa's dead. Rizopa is vulnerable to cold. Vulnerable to muddle is interesting. I do like that at some point between 1.0 and 2.1, they added in the Chivo unlocked for suplexing a train. That's nice. You are vulnerable to the cold. As am I, except I'm wearing my cold-resistant Snuggie right now. This is a full-length outfit, complete with kangaroo pouch. It goes down to my ankles. It's actually a little longer than my ankles, which makes it so I'm actually not able to do stairs while wearing this unless I hike up my dress. It's super warm. I really like it. Long johns, shorts, and a hoodie. That is a lot of layers. Keep you nice and warm. And the best part about had this game, you know, done what they very clearly wanted to do and put Gilgamesh in instead of Siegfried, they could have had Battle on the Big Bridge in this. It's the only thing this game is missing. Small child. Have some ham. Small child. What else will you accept from me? Alright, this was early enough that they made it so you can't just throw anything at the child. Here, child, have this gum pod. Small child appears. And you get... Small child appears, you just throw some shit at him. It's like, yeah, what do you... What? Why? Why? Nothing is immune. Got GP? It just said got GP and ended the fight. What happened to my cutscene of, hey, you're strangers, go away? Did it say they might just poke you? Yeah, that. But suplexing him didn't cause the scene. Suplexing him didn't cause this to play. I wonder if that was ever fixed. Next time I play through Brave New World, I'm gonna have to suplex Gao to see if that was ever done. Can I get Imp to go off? Do Imp. Oh, he's immune. Imagine if he wasn't immune to... Or maybe because he's on that side of the field. Maybe Suplex hit him with Confuse, and because he was confused, the script couldn't play, and it just skipped to the end of the fight. We're out. 98 more things of ham in my hand. We're out. These are my meat. An entire Christmas ham. I want more. We're out. Just notice how bright the light from my controller is. If I intermittently, like, glow, it's my Christmas tree just flashing. I'll get up at some point and unplug that. Yeah, my old one that I got in high school, for my computer, it finally broke when I ran over the wire with my wheels, my chair. So I ordered 2 for the price of 1. The other one is blue. It's still in the bubble wrap. This one is, I believe, red, and you can see all the internal bits and boops. It's scary looking. I think this was like $12 for two PS2 controllers on Amazon. I don't know. I know nothing about like engineering or anything like that, so being able to see the circuits is really cool and incredibly intimidating at the same time. Like, I was watching this guy on Twitch a week ago or so about he's trying. I have a converter. I still use the same converter I got when I was in high school. That has done me really good. This guy on Twitch was trying to repair he's trying to get an old Mac to work, and so he's like showing he has this micro camera showing like super close-up details of computer boards and stuff. Got the soldering kit, and I'm just like, I have no idea what's going on here. That's witchcraft, that's voodoo as far as I'm concerned. Alright, our hero. I did not remember. I come with soldier, and it does not do the thing. Okay, so I'm gonna have to write all these down as I go. And circle the ones I like, because there's no way they still do the same thing they used to do. Small child, take the R button. Be your PC. No, I literally just forgot. Every time we talk about it, I'm like, okay, and then after the stream, I'm just kind of, don't. Well, we'll collect rages. Oh, it's been so long since I played vanilla, I forgot what it's like that Gallo leaves you. The battle ends, and then... Can we do that now, though? That when the first time you jump on an enemy, the battle just ends? That's not how Shim Sham works, Leafer. I'm not over there. Ow. Oh no! Which one was it? Because I have been buying quite a few games lately, despite not having the time to play any of them. Crusader Kings 3. Oh, that one, Matt, just appeared in my, maybe that I did get the code, because I did not buy that. I know I tried to do the thing once, and nothing happened as far as I knew, and then next thing I know, Crusader Kings 3 was in my, it was in my thing? I certainly didn't buy it. If so, thank you. I'll eventually get to there. I've been gifted Civilization 6 as well. A lot of map games. I'm a big fan of them. Can't even pick up a pen. The child will run around and learn about those rabbits for a while. Postage is 500. Sweet. Okay, so it did work. You'd think it would have popped something up saying, hey. Right, gotta make time pass. I believe I can just do that by window shopping? Yes. At staff, can we make it so you only have to do this once? And then it'll, like, be done. I am at your service. Do I have enough money to do this? Well, we are going to be on the Veldt for a little bit. I don't know if 1.0 would have had the time where you can leap off the Veldt. Probably not. Although with level 20 lock, we're going to be able to just kind of sleepwalk through a big chunk of the world of balance. Cyan, are you sure you want to be sending these letters? No, I've got it. She's gonna be able to tell this wasn't you. No, it's fine. I shall write like the wind. That's not a thing, Cyan. No, she will appreciate the way I speak. Apparently Puss in Boots now. Send a bird by Carrier Pigeon. Send a book by Carrier Pigeon. Strap this hardcover to this bird. Let's see. Yes. I don't know what 20 scribbly symbols are, but yeah, those are the exact ones I use. Yeah, I don't know what that scribbly symbol is. $25. Life bell. Oh, is that pound or is that euro? It's one of them, right? Pound, okay. I'm American. There's no culture here. There's no world building. They don't want you to world build here in America. Because then you might realize it's better elsewhere and go somewhere else. Ah! Oh yeah, do you sell anything? Because you sell garbage later. Yeah, it makes sense. This place is out in the middle of nowhere. They shouldn't sell anything of any value. Alright, let's go teach our child some things. Alright, Crawler and Goo. Ah. Yeah, I prefer the PS2 controller because that's what I grew up with. I never had an Xbox growing up. So, the Xbox 360 controller I got for a couple of games just feels really weird. Like, I think I used it for Metal Gear Rising. Demon. We'll write that down and get around to what that does. Goo. I'm gonna write a nicer piece of paper. One that isn't ripped. This one ripped pretty bad. Or, yeah, bring out the legal pad. Rip off one of these babies. Yeah. PS1 through 5, Xbox Original Series. Faye is a Faye of culture. Plus Switch Pro Controller. I have a Switch, and I have a controller for it, because the actual Switch controller is very tiny. Aigu. Actually, we'll write this down as we go. We have work to do. Let's get the child moving. Yeah, learn about Kung Fu. I know Kung Fu. Of course you do, child. One of the most dangerous sections of the low level run is this section where you're trying to low level all these things while being short a Gao. These Albatross were not meant to be fought at level 3. I love that BTB admits he didn't think Brave New World was capable of being low-level run. And I did not think I was going to be able to finish it. Child. Thank you. Child, acknowledge us. Thank you. You want more ham? I have ham. We have a lot of ham. Oh, dog's on the screen. Hey, there's dog. Say hi, Juice. How you doing, buddy? Tonight I have Monster Energy Zero Ultra. And I have a half dozen Angry Orchards for when we're done with the energy drink. And a lot of congestion is what we have as well. The weather has not been consistent out here lately. It reached the 60s a couple days ago. And then I wake up and there's snow on the ground. What am I doing? Jump, leap. What am I doing? C4 energy drink. The name of that sounds pretty nice for an energy drink. $4 a tin. Now I'm assuming this is a cultural thing, but would you call this a tin? Got it. Now I know, a tin is a can. If I ever go to Ireland, and I'm looking for a can, I ask for a tin. It's good to know. Oh, Exploder's full party. Back here. C4 energy drink. I can get it at Walmart, apparently. The can does not look cool. But I'll probably give it a shot. I have my addictions. Until I run into a couple battles in a row where we already have the rages, we'll just keep going. Alright, child, go learn from those rats. We want the power! And my very first run of Brave New World this is how I did it. I wrote down... I didn't use the print me or any of the documentation for the first lap, so I wrote it down as I went. And then circled the ones that were good. When in retrospect, a highlighter probably would have been cleaner, but... I don't know how well a highlighter is going to work on this yellow legal pad. What do I have in here? What's in the old desk? Super glue? That's not gonna happen. A lot of pens. Batteries, nah. Not a lot much of the school supply. Did Child not come back? Come on. Child. There. Oh, don't lick the pillow. Hey. What are you doing? Don't lick the pillow. Gross. Come on, before he dies. Please, Child. Child's just watching Cyan bleed out in front of him. Do you recognize me now? Bloody and ready to perish. When it ever does come time for the 6-pixel remaster, got very cluttered right there. The 6-pixel remaster, I'm absolutely gonna try every goofy thing that was in vanilla that I could think of and see how few of them they changed. Fixed. We're not done out here yet. I'm already doing every goof I could think of here. We're already doing a no-Celis run that led to us having to solo tunnel armor in Brave New World. Which means we get merchant clothes locked for the entire game. Only otherwise visible in my Gao solo run on YouTube. One of my most popular series of all time. Like level 50 or 54 Gao soloing the endgame. No! 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 Gao, how are you casting Demi? How are you casting Demi on the whole party? Gao, how are you confused? I haven't saved in a while. We need to get out of here. Music notes everywhere. Gao, how are you still confused? It's a confuddled corpse, man. There's a lot of weirdness there. Alright, so... Wait, we already know Demon. Hey staff, I'd like to report a bug. It doesn't gray out leap if you already know the rage. It wants me to keep track myself of them. Alright, let's write them down so I don't waste his time jumping elsewhere, huh? So we've got Albatross. We have Brawler. Brawler. Laser. Blazer. Man, they got guys like Laser and Blazer and all kinds of Baser. Yeah, no chance. Aerodynaigu. Alright, this is back when there was 255 of these things. Soldier. Spirit. Tech Armor. So I'm guessing he Rage Spirit, and Spirit does full party Demi. But we'll see. Wild Rat. In between sessions, I'll come back here and, if we can get to the airship tonight, then in between sessions, I'll come back to the Veld. It doesn't, it still lets me leap on enemy formations that I already have the Rage for BTB. Who did I just jump on? That was... I should write that down. I don't remember. That was like 30 seconds ago. Alright, let's add Hornet to this list. Perish Child. What was that one I jumped on just now? Yeah, that's Hornet. Repo Man, that was it. Repo Man, who might do some appreciable damage if he does Step Mine. We have stepped a lot in my grind. Vapor Ray, come on down. Add that. You guys, you each left your enemy with like 10 health. We already have Albatross. We got Vapor right out of that one. We have the rest of the game to find out what these do. Go to collect them now. Seen Conjurer, but I haven't grabbed it. Yeah, so I have Tech Armor already. And it still lets me leap there. Okay. Well, let's not do that. Oh. Let's go down the list. Fireball. Yeah, I'll be back later. No reason to prolong this anymore unnecessarily. Supposed to trust this child. Clearly we need to take him outside because he's dragging his butt along the ground. Might have worms. I believe it, BTB. My first stream went for like 12 hours of that game. Well, don't that just beat all? It fit right over your head. Was this device true that all three of us breathe underwater? Only one way to find out. Aw, the better dialogue of 2.1 of, yeah, that'll work for me, but how are you gonna do it? You'll be like, I know Kung Fu, I can breathe underwater. And what about Gao? Can't he just act like he's a fish? Does it work that way? Gao, fish. Alright. Popping in my mind was a really old discussion of if Final Fantasy VI was voice acted with an unlimited budget, who would voice these guys? And I think for Cyan, I would say drop the Old English and just have him be a Spaniard. He's kind of got the outfit. He kind of got the ponytail going anyway. Let's have Antonio Banderas be Cyan. Oh, I'm not necessarily saying voice actors, but if you were to pick unlimited budgets, you could have like celebrities. Like clearly, Kefka would be Gilbert Gottfried. And like so that takes care of the big boss. I think Samuel L. Jackson would make a pretty good Setzer. My star ring is on crime. Fine, I will spend an actual antidote. I was thinking Christopher Walken for Gao. A wave scroll? I know we're underwater and all, but... a wave scroll? After we're done with Shadow? Actually, I wouldn't mind Chris Pratt for Sabin. No. Chris Pratt for crime. Chris Pratt for Locke, and Chris Hemsworth for Sabin. I'm assuming these things have two different moves. There we go, swing. Swing is the other one, so the other one is attack. Mark Wahlberg for Sabin. Yeah, that would work too. Umaro would clearly be Vin Diesel. He did so good with Groot, and then we gotta just let him keep doing that. Owen and Luke Wilson for Sabin and Edgar. Who talks the most in this game? I guess Locke. No, I'm thinking maybe Vince Vaughn actually for Locke. Revivified. Heck is that? Oh, there's your holy water. There's your vanilla holy water. I see Terra being like a Drew Barrymore. Batista for tomorrow. Off by Fong. I need one of these for no one, actually, because we're not using any ladies. Oh, but the more info button's wasn't implemented yet. All right. Who would be Sid? Rest in peace. I'd like to see Sid be Sean Connery. Nick Offerman needs to be the one person in the game who's sick of everyone's stuff. So that actually should be censored. Okay, yeah. Strago's also sick of everyone's stuff. Nick Offerman is Strago. Alright. Hey, Joe Duck, a lot of the targeting has been really neat. Check out this lovely clip from the, This was released. And it should have never fixed it. There's a lot more swearing. A lot less quality of life. You say worst possible, and my mind went straight to, what if Keanu Reeves voiced? And then I thought, you know what, Keanu wouldn't be bad for some... There's gotta be someone in this game that Keanu would do really good as. No, Godfrey has gotta be Kefka, to start with. Maybe Keanu as Mog? BTB, watch that look at the clip. Some things are a little wonky here at 1.0. Oh, and apparently Celis is not required to do her move at the end of the floating continent. So we're not gonna use her. See? Look what Crime found. Cause dang it, I want Mog at the Battle of Narshe because he needs to learn Snowman Jazz early to rock the Match Tech facility. So there, in my version of 1.0, Crime brought a Moogle with him. Don't ask any questions. Just Crime. He left his job. This Moogle was a former Imperial general. I thought I saw her face before. The notorious General Kutan who torched Miranda. Stand and meet thy judgment, dog of the Empire. Dude, it's a small bear. Well, it's small for a bear. It's still people size. Kutan has joined the returners. She's fighting with us now. Be that in May, she was still Musatoad. I promise I protect her. I will not back out on my word. I don't know, I missed that scene where he promised to protect this small bear. I didn't see that scene happen. Locke said he needed to leave South Figaro, so he walked out of South Figaro. He beat up a merchant and took their clothes, because he's a rude boy, and then he left South Figaro. Spent 2 hours fighting in the wilderness, and then beat up a tank on his way back to Narshe. That's how his entire scenario went. Clearly nothing will go wrong here. Yeah, he walked through the cave and stabbed Tunnel Armor a few times. Since he had the ribbon on, every time it tried to cast sleep, nothing happened. This is the version where the ribbon was still in the basement. I mean, he also got up to level 20 to do it, but... Oh, Edgar explaining crime to the Moogle. Appreciate your consent, but I'm a some star twin. What voice would Kutan even be using? I appreciate your consent, but I'm a soldier. I'm not some love-star twit. Old as ice. And then he found this Moogle. Terra, who'd have thought we'd meet again? Like this? You can use magic too? It's different from mine. I am a Magitech Knight and artificially infused with magic during infancy. Infancy was only 2 weeks ago. You able to love? Are you mocking me? A small bear, are you able to love? Danny Trejo. That's what Mog is. Mog is Danny Trejo. For a moment I trust thee. Very well, man. Use your own eyes to determine what side to fight for, man. Like... yeah, like, oh look, who's this blonde? Oh. It's Kutan! You know, with enough levels, wearing that trident, Kutan could do some damage to fire-based enemies. I skipped Celes. I just never got her. And since the game is coded and all the Moogles in the opening scene where Locke is using the Moogles to defend Terra, that's all actually one of the other characters in the game. And when you name them, it just changes them into the character that they were. I didn't strip you guys down either, because I just straight up forgot that... yeah. There's a certain part in his scenario where you have to change his outfit. Oh, beautiful. It didn't revive him either. Hold on. Well, he starts off... no one bothered to revive Edgar this entire time. He's just been dead. It's dragging the corpse along. He's royalty, you guys. Please pick him up. The king lives. Oh, thanks, Kutan. Yeah, give me info, Kutan. Or else you lose. Oh yeah, so back to 3 groups. This is perfectly normal. Level 5. Don't worry, we did a thing for, no, this is normal. This is right. Normal. Do we pump? We don't pump levels into Kutan. Nah, not yet. Alternate costume. We unlocked the hidden mode here. So Kutan, you stand over there. You guard that flank. Because I haven't shown everything off in Brave New World, because Brave New World 2.1 thought of this and said, no, you don't get to do this. It's General Kutan, the traitor. Miserable B-word down. Everyone's real rude to this Moogle. Off we go now. And because we skipped that scene that made me change my clothes, nothing's going to make me change my clothes in the entire game here. Alright, so the plan is you wear your hold on. Put on your Kotetsu and your leather. Ah, no, that's 3 points. You're fine. You are physical damage, yeah. Small child, just go. You go. You go fast, and you don't stop. Magarmy. And speed. Yeah, put on that cape. Be a hero. Be unbreakable. Be as the gods. You were actually out of good things to wear. Alright, whatever. I like that Optum at this point. Optimum's still here, but they turned it off. It just doesn't do anything. The king with 12 stamina. The stamina is for the young. But in shape, I guess. I'm just so used to stamina being a real number later that you can adjust. At this point, stamina is not, it's fake, it's not real. Wait, I can't sword, I can only sword and board, I can't sword and knife. Alright. Fair enough. Or I can knife and sword. I can sword and board, or I could knife and sword. Sword's only in the left hand, not in the right. Wait, can I double sword? No. I can't double sword, but... Alright, there's a... Alright, this is supposed to be this is not supposed to be doable, I guess, but I'm doing it anyway. I mean, the enemy will explode when crime hits him. He is level 21. Let's go. Excuse me, sir, would you like to hear about my deals? But wait, there's more! Alright, so we know what Albatross does. Let's try Repo Man. Repo Man is Step Mine. Let's jot that down on the, Up to 382 already. You really would think a level 21 crime would do more damage than that. But level really doesn't make as much a difference. It's not It doesn't make as much difference as you expect it to. Thanks. Oh. The battle's still going. Kefka had an entire tent in his pocket. Repo men are immune to fire. Ew. Don't think you won. I'll be back. Ten levels higher than everyone else. I really thought that crime was going to hit him once and he was going to bugger off. Maybe if he was two-handing the butterfly. One of these things, two of these things are not like the other. I finally got my Mog at the Battle of Narshe in Brave New World. Thanks, Small Bear. I think that calls for a celebratory hard cider. What is his sensation? Who's saying this? Who's speaking? Thanks, narrator. Narrate, get away from that thing. There's no sound effect for that. Terrifying. Look at it. Terrifying. I don't know if you meant the pun, but I like it. That's the content that people are here to see. Alright, do I have control of Terra? No. That's too bad. See, normally Terra flies all over the map. Terra doesn't kind of nudge along and then fly to Vector, land and get destroyed by the Empire. Yeah, I'm awake, Small Bear. How are you doing? Prime, you're awake. These deals I have for you are almost illegal. Now, there is a part of the game where we're going to need to use Kutan. So I do need to spend some time putting numbers into Kutan, so she can survive running away long enough to reach Sabin. Which means Sabin needs to be I need to get the brothers up to speed. As much as I want to use Cyan, these two are going to have to take care of the tentacles themselves. I don't see Kutan being much of a help. I forget if I even have control over Kutan. I might not even have control over her in combat. Or maybe I do. I just can't touch her equipment. That's it. And you will carry what Kutan does not. And we'll put everything into Edgar. Who else did we use in that fight? I need to actually unequip you. Cyan. Cyan, I need your pants. Hope you enjoyed all that money I spent on your Kotetsu and iron armor. Huh. Who's this blonde chick? That's weird. Anyway, Moogle, come on down. Yeah, I just can't touch your equipment. Her trident and buckler and nothing else. Can't wait for the confusion when people just glance over and realize I'm still walking around in the merchant outfit. 5,000 smackers. Another cube. Really, a second cube? I have to get 2 cubes. Knife him. Knife him and don't stop knifing. Right, in this one, spears have reach. So she'll do full 0 damage from the back row. I'll have everything out there ready for crime. Wabbit season. Alright, so Repo Man, we haven't seen what your other move is yet. Whoa! Whoa! Yes! Yes! The boomerangs! The boomerangs are wild! We're gonna see that a lot. I might not ever unequip the boomerangs. He's throwing 10,000 boomerangs like ninja stars. Come on, give me the 1 and 3. I want to know what the other one is. I need to write this down. Do we live in the coldlands of Narshe? Seems a little chilly to me. saving off because at any point this run could end if it crashes. I was not given. I did have Jens patch this, so who knows what else he tacked on to 1.0. Oh wait, was this still here? So 50. Okay, good. This is gone. The discount was removed by this point. I don't understand why it gave me a wave scroll, so bye. We're fine. We'll be back here. We'll be back here eventually. Guess I could make that much money if I just sold all my bird shavings, but eh. Yeah, it's really lame that he goes under the mountain. I know Figaro can go over. You're just holding back, man. I'm assuming you have another move on here. I'm going to keep doing this until you show me something else. That's not going to get old. Sorry about that, it snuck up on me. Woo! I didn't need 2 of those. Oh, now I have 2 of those. Eyes are all watery now. What kind of prize do we have up north? Howdy, Fossil Fang. Gave Gao the bone. Alright. Good thinking, Gao. Futon gained a level. Are you playing Beyond Chaos? No. No, this is normal. The King's Spear. Okay, so Repo Man also has attack. I thought the other one would have been... Whoa. Werewolf, calm down. I thought the other one would have been Vanish. That's why we try these things. Having the rages tell you what they do in the rage menu is really good. It's a really nice quality of life. And a bolt scroll. A lot less useful than the 5,000 spec. Or the vanilla hero ring? Where are you? Next up is Goo. We have Lodestone. There's our Demi. Futon, please. Where's this bird? Bird. 1.0 remove the bird stable? Why? Bird stable's gone. So good. Countering everything with Rush. That's good, but countering everything with Rush, less good. We have a post-Phoenix Cave leveled crime, so... Just checking if the bird stable was moved like, over here, which it was not. Bird stable's just gone. Rest in peace, bird stableman. Yes, we walk. so it wants you to confuse him to stop getting bit. And the other one is a sleep move. Right, that's not bad for dealing with randos. Futon ideally would not have poked that, but I looked away. Whoops. Hey, bye, dog. Thanks for visiting. Dog actually just got up from that couch and went to that couch on the other side of the room. Don't stare at me. It's okay. You're allowed. Alright, Kung Fu. Alright, it's Rock. It'd already be in Jidor already if there was... And that bird stable was there. Cool, throw a rock to the left, dog gets confused on the right. Yes! Was the bird stable moved to over here? I haven't seen what your other move is yet, so keep going. Bonk. 2,700 damage. That's a new high score. It's quite the counter. Looks like the two moves are rock and single target rock and multi-target rock. Yeah, it looks like it. Just rock. All Kung Fu knows is how to, the many different ways to throw rocks. Katana can at least throw items. Right, jump is not particularly useful in this, because your hang time is 10,000 years. So actually, well, this is 5 speed, still really good as an accessory. But I should give you a shield. Yeah, have that other kite I bought by accident. Bird forest over here now. Alright, next is Crawler. Right, Magnitude. I'm guessing they didn't move the bird stable, they just removed it. And absorb. Okay. So Crawler hasn't changed. Crawler's still gonna be just a really good rage. Really good. Thanks, creepy beast. Actually, the castle's right there. Castle is right there. You got this, Kutan. I guess we just walk the old-fashioned way to Jinur. It's almost as if someone else played Brave New World 2.1 and then wanted to try to make their own mod of it. You got some of the base ideas, but not quite where it landed on. Alright, so Demon is Hellfire. I don't know what Deja Vu does, so we're going to keep using Demon until I figure it out. Deja Vu is either sleep or confused, and I don't remember which. But if it hits an enemy and they don't spin out, then that's some... Good job, Futon. Get all those levels. And it's confused. Okay, cool. The more you know. Next up to try is Soldier. 3 steps. Soldier has an attack. Jump is terrible. Jump is a really bad move. It's a shame that the Dragoon Seal is really good for stats. That one did not say strike, so Soldier might just have attack and other attack. Futon with the kill. Futon is able to slay a bee. Straight upgrade. Do you have any special things about you? No. Just more evade. You can wear Cyan's old armor, sure. Lights out. Ikuichi. Randomly cast stone. Huh. That sword doesn't make it any further than here, huh? I will pick one up. But randomly does wind slash. I will pick one up. Why do these increase in cost? Peculiar. Your mommy sounds like a swell person. Oh, no back guard. I'm guessing stone was the old break. No back guard. No. Alright, so what's in here then? The Da Vinci brush. Alright, bird up. Alright, well, I forgot about this. There's no merchant lock sprite for bird riding. This bird is being haunted. What even is that a piece of? What piece of a spreadsheet is trying to load here? God bless this game for not crashing and just going with it. Anyone recognize what those bits are? It's kind of like a butt. No, those are definitely shoes. Okay, those are feet. At the very bottom is feet, and above it is a brown, like, jacket? Is that General Leo's jacket? No, his jacket's green, right? But who has... Yeah, you can see right here, this is, this part here... There we go, so this here, these are shoes. You can see left foot, right foot, a little dot, little lighter spot of the foot. And then... That's a... Or are these the guys in... Oh, are these the guys in Go-Go's place that push you off the edge? Do you hear that? There's some interesting beeping going on with the sound. I'm gonna shush me so you guys can hear better. Didn't happen that time. Oh well. That was a ride. Alright. I mean, it could be this... It could be those shoes. It doesn't look just like the shoes we were just looking at. And there's no brown coat. Ow! Right, you guys having acid rain was bad. I'm glad that's gone. The heck? That was more than Gao's max health. It looks like Cyan Sprite had, Cyan Sprite has, like, a brown coat? Or is, like, the coloring a little off? Don't suck on the lady, Gao, please. Well, I mean, this is merchant lock. So it's trying to load merchant lock onto the bird. I don't think you'll counter while you're angry, so. I guess we just don't have anyone counter right now, that's fine. Oh look, the worst homeless man. Because he opens with frickin' acid rain. Get out of there. Oh, now you can't win. So, moving on. He's going to step mine you into oblivion. Okay. See that damage go to the sky. Crime will melt everything he sees. There could only be one ruler of Crime Town. One thousand damage. $2,000 per attack. Brian, please. You're not blind. There's no excuse for that. Thanks, Gal, for the 3 absorbs in a row. Should go back to learning other moves. They are. The soldier just seems to be attack or attack. He does not yet have his Cure 2 move. You have rock. And you have punch. Okay. Now we know. So rock or attack. Good job, Kutan. Learning a lot. Alright, next on the list is Spirit. Tell me about Spirit. Spirit does Demi. The Reasonable Hook. Or Acid Rain, which wrecks the whole party. Ooh, when was this changed? Ah, it's here. Wrong. I just had to see that. But it's wrong. At the minute hand. None of these are on a clock. Oh, these were, it wasn't a clock yet, it was Roman numerals. Suppose that makes as much sense. This is not a drill. At this point, it was not a clock. Alright, demi or quarter. That has not changed. Jeez, Locke. So, that's what Locke is gonna wear for pretty much ever then, huh? Just give him the appropriate weapon, make him mad, and off he goes. Alright, next to learn is Tech Armor. You do... Alright, Gao just fisted that giant, don't worry about it. So Gao has... Tech Armor has attack. Kutan, I look back over and Kutan is dead. We're gonna slowly turn this into Team AFK. Using the abnormally long hang time of jump to avoid magnitude. The items in the left one? I always forget. Alright, Tech Armor, attack, and what else? Do you do the beam? Inconclusive. Oh my god! Why do you hate that Moogle? You didn't even magnitude that time. You stayed alive just long enough to spike kill the Moogle. 3 attacks in a row. I wonder, does Kutan have a desperation attack? Would Kutan use Salus's desperation or the Moogle's desperation? Or is Mog's desperation attack? I'm gonna try to find out. I don't know if they were... I don't know if they did the thing, where the desperation attacks were fixed yet. So it's not, alright, and Tech Laser. Where the clock's not there. Could be Kutan's niche if she does have one. Alright, next to learn down the line is Wild Rat. Alright, Bio. That seems pretty good for here. Good job, Kutan. The Wild Rat has another move, we just need to see it. So far, nothing standing out at me as amazing for the Magitech facility. Probably going to be running Crawler then. Brave New World does not press A to win. No? Or poison. Bio or poison. Fair enough. Very toxic rat. Gonna buy 4 Hyper Wrists. Alright, next up is Hornet. What you got for me, Hornet? Slow X. Right, so far... Okay, ow. Why? 2400 damage to the Gigas. Yeah, it was Realm and Gao versus the Red Dragon at level like 22. They did it on their own. The one niche use for jump being so bad in this. Now, Edgar's now guaranteed to miss the magnitude. What is your Giga Sprite? Tifa. Steel to Mug, does this mean that, will Berserker you now auto Mug? Like, does it just pick Fight? Oh no, it changes Steel to Mug, but he's not gonna auto Prime. Oh, that's too bad. Could change Fight to Mug and left Steel. That means if I want to Crime... Oh, it's edit. Well, I don't usually look at in chat, so let's go ahead over here. Oh, it is busy right now. Wow, people are Alright, so counterattack. Who gets to be angry? Don't have any reason for anyone else to be angry. Well, that's quite the face on that Gigas. I can see that how terrifying that face could be. It could probably give you nightmares. That's not the part that was NSFW, huh? He's gonna need a bigger loincloth. Dare with the solo entrance. How you doing? Thank you kindly, wish you were blank. So what's been going on is Say Baby just shared in the id chat Say's design for the Gigas. It took me a little while to realize why that was NSFW. You missed Crime doing 2,000 damage in attack. We have Kutan here. Locke showed up at the Battle of Narshe with a small bear. Nope, Locke never changed his clothes. If you skip that part, then he never changes. So he's gonna be a dirt merchant forever. I got the Crime gloves, but I'm not feeling like I really need Crime, but we're gonna do it anyway. That's his name. Oh no, the save point's not here yet. Okay, well. Oh, this enemy sucks, the hobo. Opening with Acid Rain. Secret ingredient is Crime. Kutan is here being carried to get her numbers? Wait, BTB, I'm assuming you have, do you have the level average in 1.0? Who knows if you remember. Like, makes sense you would have Acid Rain, but it needs a weaker version of it. Not one that one-shots half, 3/4 of the party. Oh god, 3 of you. Quick Steal is amazing, because I've missed it. There's a lot of things I've missed here. Out entirely. As in, it's not there. So I am going to need to manually pump levels into Kutan if I want her to not die in every encounter on the way to Saturn. So she's being dragged along, being carried by level 23 Crime. Yes. There's currently 2.1 out, and that's a lot. This came out in May of 2013. Blank. Crime. Free bird feather. Nice. the difference in damage between... Yeah. How far we've come. We're doing a supernatural retrospective of the road so far. Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Yeah. As much as I want to destroy you, well, yeah, I don't need that Slim Jim. We're fine. Aw. Wolfles. Wolfles, you're amazing. Don't think angry people counterattack, so... Just in case, gonna throw this down, because that previous save point is gone. Good day, gentlemen. Pleasant weather we're having, isn't it? I absolutely hate fighting, so you're free to pass through. Alright, let's see how long this battle lasts. Ow! Alright, from the road so far, we have, you'd be pretty alright. Wild Rat would be pretty alright. Let's go. It really doesn't matter. I'm pretending like this matters. Yeah, just crawl. Get in there. Drink him up. 2,000 damage a pop. This battle will not last particularly long. Everyone else will pretend to participate. Whoa! That was a pretty cool shockwave animation. Yes. So I take it you somewhat enjoyed another Heroes mod, eh? Goodbye! But see, Jared didn't go for over 12 hours on his first play. So I don't know if he really liked it. Edgar tried to jump on something. Kutan will not be able to do anything. I cannot touch Kutan's equipment. You don't need more levels, Link. You got this. And I say that because I low leveled this at level 3. Because in 2.1 you could turn off your experience. Gosh. How are you still alive? 609. Oh, baby. Give him a hoot. Give him the war honk. $2K a pop. Did he just Slim Jim his buddy? That was awfully nice of him. And I did it and I beat Data on the first try in the low level run. Other ones, not so much. I spent I think like 30, 40 hours trying to beat the tentacles in the low level run. Keep in mind, BTB, crime's at level 21. because he had to solo tunnel armor. It's like tunnel armor wasn't designed to be fought with solo Locke. But we push through. One more fight for the road. Surround these homeless people. I still haven't seen Hornet do anything else but slow X. I'm assuming you have a move. Everyone's had a move, I just haven't seen it yet. Yeah, here he's at level 23. He's 23, wielding 2 butterflies, the Atlas armlet, and a hyper wrist. He angry. I guess I could have the beef club on you, because it's the same thing. And you could wear it. You get angry. And yeah, this is the group coming to the... Edgar's gonna carry the team through... It makes sense, I just haven't seen it yet. I only have that one and Vaporite. They're the only 2 I haven't seen what they do yet from the initial sampling I did of like 15 minutes. She's frightened, you know. Who are you? This girl is your friend? Yeah. Tara, alright? You call her Tara? How odd. Normally I name her Human, and that line's a lot funnier. You call her Human? How odd. How strange. In any case, her life is in no danger. She merely used a power she was unaccustomed to and lost control of herself. As for me, I'm Ramuh, the Esper. The Esper? Don't Espers live in another world? Well, that doesn't mean we don't live here too. Don't be so racist, culturally insensitive. Merchant boy. There are many forms among Espers. Some of us look very similar to humans. We're able to peacefully live among them. Why do you hide the fact that you're Espers? Well, I mean, I would think it'd be very obvious that I'm an Esper. I mean, who else can grow, and even this glorious beard? I'm tripping over it. Hold this for me. You could eat for a week with the food trapped in this thing. Anyway, wars of wizards and men. It took place long ago. Espers fought Magitech knights. Like General Kutan. We were abused. So abused. We moved out. We said, screw this. We're out of here. 20 years ago, humans stumbled upon the entrance to that realm. Humans who knew about Espers and the secret. The magical power. General Kutan over there. Thus began a hunt for Espers. Only in this way could Emperor Gestal create his invincible army. Me, Ramuh, the Wikipedia Esper. In response to this, we erected a gate and forced the humans out. All the humans, they kept giggling at the word that we used for erecting. It was really easy to kick them out. I fled here to avoid a similar fate. I said, Gestal, I'm not just another Esper in your belt. You'll be alright, Tara. I sensed that Tara was in trouble, so I summoned her here. Tara's an Esper? You're pretty slow. Grew up on a farm? No, she's not exactly an Esper. She's Esper-like. It looks like she's suffering. Well, she's got a fever. And there's only one cure for that fever. I don't know what's gonna happen when we get there. It's been a really long time since I've done this. When she fully understands this aspect of herself, the fear and doubt subside. The only other thing we can do for her is get her some cowbell. What can we do to help? Free those of my kind imprisoned in Destal's Magitech research facility. One of them may be able to help her. You know, I've talked to the other guys in there. One of them happens to be with her father. One of them happens to be her father, so I could tell you this. Magitech research facility? Your people are. Now that's the voice for Kutan. I left my friends behind and escaped to spend my days in hiding. But that now must come to an end. See what I want? I want a Final Fantasy VI side story of how Ramuh came to be the leader of Crime Town. This old man wizard is living in the penthouse suite of Crime Town. I'm gonna hit you in the face with an ice pick. But that must come to an end. I, Crime Lord of all Zozo, announce that Destal's methods are incorrect. Don't talk to my guy like this. You talk to me. There ain't nobody in this room. Talk to me. Dragging an Esper by force will only result in incomplete magic. It is only when we reduce the magicite that our abilities can be transferred in full. Huh? You really don't understand anything I'm saying here. Let me draw a picture. Picture? Please, and you, with the ponytail and the massive erection looking at this naked monster on the bed. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because otherwise I'm forced to talk to General Crouton or the child who just shit on the floor. Please, do any of you understand what I'm saying here? To think anyone could have inherited this magicite. If Dataluma had taken one more floor up, Dataluma could have been our hero. Magicite gave up his own life to help us. Thanks, Exposition Ramuh. We few can help save many. The war and the Magi must not be repeated. The needs of the many over the needs of the few. That's a Star Trek quote. Alright, we get our toys to play with now. Oh, well, Crime's gonna actually miss out on quite a bit of this, huh? This was before you made doing this a... This still had the initial issue of wanting you to low level to get anything out of your espers, huh? The quality of life of +3 stamina. Well, I guess that makes more sense when you start off with none stamina. Alright, I guess we'll get any points, but I guess I have to equip these in order to learn something. Okay, well... I guess I'll just min-max you then. When I get close to 3,000, I'll move back over to Ramuh. Alright. And that's pretty much what I'm gonna have you be anyway, so that works out. Crouton! General Crouton, you get to watch. Wait for us, Terra. Yeah. Don't go anywhere, okay? Here I was thinking. Well, everyone thinks I'm gonna grab another alcoholic beverage. For the grown-up style! Let's go! Bring an entire ice him. It's 6 steps. Man, Bear really repeats, well, don't that just beat all? We were implanted as infants, so I don't remember. You're not really much help in a lot of ways here, Crouton. Oh, I have to push a button here. But I've heard rumors to that effect. Suave, General Crouton. See, this game works better when a Moogle is your Magitech Knight, instead of a babe that everyone keeps trying to hit on. And our destination is clear. We'd best split up. The Moogle knows the Empire well. Alone? Well, don't that just beat all? Don't worry, I got this. I will destroy everything. Yeah, for those who didn't see it before, shadow crime. Being a Moogle won't stop you from hitting on him. It just makes it creepier. The King's Spear. How would that work with Small Bear? Things you could... Please don't pull on my palm again. We were really high level. Oh, I'm curious if any chance you remember why, BTB, you removed the bird stable north of Kolaghan. Any chance you remember from 8.5 years ago? Now we need a way to get to the Empire. It's on the southern continent, all the ports there have been closed. Someone in Jidoor could probably help us. This line was removed from later versions, making people very confused. Here it is in 1.0. Oh, I just need to take a screenshot of that. Right. I was gonna go back and get Shadow for the opera sequence, but that's too much walking. It was bound to be treasure. Prime said from the Moogle. Now, it said where it saved it to, but where the heck is that? And where did it just save that to? RetroArch is on my desktop. It did not appear on my desktop. I want to find this so I can, like... Clipboard? Maybe the clipboard. Let's see. If I were to paste... Nope, it still has the clip of... that I need to share for everyone who just got here, actually. Hey, Sagan. Sagan. There. Gotta share that. Well, I look to see where the heck did that send it. Alternatively, I could just do this. Rewind. There, to just take a screenshot the old-fashioned way. Print screen. Open up Paint. Open a new Paint. And hit paste. Crop what I need, which is all of this. Not the other monitor, please and thank you. Somehow messed that up. Hold on. There we go. Play Ted as Ted. Someday, I will get around to Ted eventually, when I'm fully Brave New Worlded out. I will get to Ted. Don't you worry. Okay, here we go. And we're off. We haven't seen what Vaporite does yet. Vaporite does Blaze. That's pretty nice to have. Blaze does not inflict Sap here. Blaze inflicts, Berserk. Gotta keep that in mind. Alright, we gotta get back to, alright, everyone's gotta watch this. The next fight, Crime is going to be hilarious. And it does slow X. Alright, so there are 2 rages that do slow X at the start. Alright, still didn't finish Hornet. Well, there goes Crime. With his ninja shuriken. Wow. Alright, so... I'll get around to playing T Edition for the same reason I played Return of the Dark Sorcerer. It's there, and I'm sure I'll enjoy some parts, and then be very upset at others. Like, I recall enjoying the early game of Return of the Dark Sorcerer. The mid-game was kind of a slog, and then the end game was bad. So we need to take a nap. A lot less free heals. There are no free heals in this, for the most part, because tents are still a thing. We're just not going to use them. I haven't used them in 16 runs. Alright, so... don't need to go in there. How much money do we have? We have some amount of cash. See, I would go up and get the drill and the flash, but there's no bird stable to come back. So if we bird stable up to get the drill and the flash for Edgar, it'll take 10,000 years to come back, so... we're just not going to get that. Gonna eventually want another Hyper Wrist. So tell me what these do for me, buddy. Not bad. Since I'm using the Dragoon Seal as a stat stick, that's purely better. In fact, give me one more of those, please. Small child. Gao could use a stat stick. Since Edgar's just spamming Bio Blaster anyway. This is... Oh my god, it's gonna be great! Hey guys! What a very forward-thinking world we live in here. General Kutan here is the spitting image of Maria. Kutan looks just like Maria? Drinking himself stupid. Oh, BTB. I was talking earlier about how you should have, since you have a script rewrite for people sensitive to the foul words, you should go the other way too. And just go ham and do your absolute best to get some sort of foul language into every line in the game for the opposites. How dare you try to play this monstrosity and then claim that it's the way the game currently is. I am in no way claiming that's how this is how the game is. But we're having a good time. Oh, this bird's still here. Bird up, let's go! Check out what happens when Merchant Lock rides a chocobo. The bottom of somebody's feet is flying over. A bird. Yeah, I don't know. I guess my best guess is that those are the guys who try to push you off the ledge? That's a good question. That is worth 250 gold. Like, did they... There was no need for them to copy-paste Kutan's, like, the Moogle entire script over to the initial Chocobo, to the initial Moogles. So they may have left some of those things blank to save space. Or did they just copy-paste all of Bird? Okay, they just copy-pasted all of Moogle. All of Mog over. Alright, so the run might end here if the game doesn't like that Kutan is about to be doing the Opera House. See, BTB. Every time I play through this game, I'm always surprised you didn't change the wording of this. He'll probably appear right at the top of the first, right at the end of the first max. He loves the climax. I'm really surprised you just didn't have him have the end of that line be, he loves the climax. Feels like a missed opportunity. Kutan's rough. And after being so dense with Ramuh, now Crime is explaining things to this guy. We'll use a decoy. You said Maria. One more thing to change before 2.1 BTV. Right at the height of scene 1, he loves the climax. And given how rapey he gets later, it would fit. You said Kutan looks like Maria, right? Me? What, me? Kutan will be our Maria. Well, let's set her kidnapper. Brilliant. You can't be serious. I'm an Imperial General, not some opera floozy. It's like that one minion in Despicable Me that has a super deep voice. Mi, do, re, mi, fa. Maria. Perfect. Oh, that's actually a really good sprite of Thief Locke laughing. I like that. He like holds his belly and gives a good guffaw. They did complete artwork for all of these characters, even if you never use them in these scenes. That's really nice. I have my own little surprise planned for you. The problem is you can't... off the top of my head, I can't think of a way to get Green Soldier Prime out of South Figaro. Because you have to be a merchant to get to that side of the town. The soldier on the very far right side walks back and forth. If you open the menu as he walks down, if you're frame perfect, as you close the menu and press up with dash on, which is innate here, or in vanilla you need the sprint shoes, then you can you get one frame up as he comes down and you guys walk past each other. Brave New World 2.0 fix that by just having the soldier stand in place. It took me like a good dozen tries, because I haven't done that in years. Because the downside of that is that you don't... the downside of that is that you don't get to use Celes for the rest of the game. And you have to solo Tunnel Armor, which in Vanilla is easy. You hit him with the Thunder Rod and it's over. Here I didn't have that option, so I had to grind and then punch Tunnel Armor in his dumb face. So I think the way this works is the game will still understand that it's Celes, but at the end of the whole section, Kutan will be stripped of all of her clothes, so the trident and buckler she's wearing now will be gone forever. And I cannot touch the equipment menu, so she'll never be re-equipped. I've never tried to go back. I've always just committed to it. Once we're done with the whole scene here after the Imperial Banquet, we'll go back to the basement and see if she's still locked up. But if you're going to commit to Kutan, you may as well just commit to Kutan, because you could use the shortcut to get out, you could go get her and then leave out the shortcut. You don't have to leave without her. I decided to do a gag. And you have to not use two people anyway. I find Celes pretty useless overall, so... She and Shadow. Man, the Moogle dresses up pretty... she gets dressed nice, huh? Yeah, Kutan glow up. Man, these makeup artists are good. Her substitute, am I? That ribbon suits you. I have to go on stage soon. This is a big scene in which Maria senses that something's happened to Draco. I checked the score one last time. I don't think BTB messed with that. Just in case. Show must go on. Empty faces. What are we living for? Forces of the West fell and Maria's castle was taken. Prince Ross of the East took her hand by force, but she never stopped yearning for Draco. Oh, I'm not qualified. There we go. Now I'm qualified. Oh, my hero. Oh, and now will I ever see your smile? Love goes away like night into day. It's just a fading dream. I'm the darkness, you're the starlight. Hell above is brighter than the sun. For eternity, for me that can be only you, my chosen one. Must I forget you? Our solemn promise will autumn take the place of spring. Those practically the same seasons, but shall I do? I'm lost without you. Sing to me once more. The show must go on. Oh, Maria, follow my lead. And if they try to tell me what to do, Maria, I love you so. We must part now. Our life goes on, but my heart won't give you up. But ere I walk away, let me hear you say I meant as much to you. So gently you touch my heart, I will be forever yours. Oh, come what may, I won't age a day. I'll wait for you always. Prince Rouse is looking for a dance partner. Leave the past behind. Our kingdom is adopting spirits of the East. Alcohol is fun, kids. You were wonderful, Kutan. Whoa, Ultros! Ultros! I was not expecting that language from Ultros. Wait, were you sitting over there before, Gao? You scoot down? What did Edgar do to you? Gao noticed the king's spear starting to make an appearance during the opera. Quick, get in position, Kutan. I feel like you're one step too far to the left there, Maria, or Kutan. A soldier ran right through you. I've waited. See, these words don't match at all with the MIDI going on, which is sad. This matches. Mean to be but never shall you have Maria's hand. I would die before that day comes. Then we duel. How might he disrupt the opera? Just 4-ton weight. The Ultros is a Saturday morning cartoon villain. He talks like he's a Saturday night villain, but his behavior suggests more of a Saturday morning cartoon kind of vibe. little slap for the kids, a little tickle for the mom, you know? Oh, great. I started. This game, man. Eat that rat. Oh, hey! Never mind. Thief Glove and crime are compatible, or Hyper-Wrist and crime are compatible. I did not think that was going to be a thing. I just put it on for the damage boost, so I could pass off the Atlas Armlet. These rats have more than 600 health. Whoa! Whoa, Boomerang! What? Why do these rats have 1,500 health? Oh snap, gotta keep an eye on your level. Alright, we still have time. So I assume they're gonna absorb poison. Cast poison, so... Bolts? Ow. Ow. I think he's wearing the ribbon. Informative Miss. One of my favorite quality of life changes. Not that that does a lot when they have 1,500 health. Yeah, let's give him a honk. That time it seemed like they had a lot less health. know what? I prefer this. It means there's less of them on the field. And Magnitude doesn't care about back attack. Yeah. This is not a drill. The boomerang is so good. Ow. You crit me for exactly my health. Good job, Gao. Gao will learn Imp. He can now be just like Sabin's claws that used to do Imp. My claws can turn you into a demon. Have to wait for all the sap ticks to go off. Chewing up valuable seconds. Good job, Edgar. Learn that sleep. Alright. Oh, snap, son! I love that the Merchant Lock sprite set is complete. He's our Taloon. Every good RPG needs a Taloon, right? It will be I, Crime. This is also the first time meeting Crime. Oh good, the movie quotes were here from the start. Alright, let's make a decision. So I could Albatross and do Fireball and attack, or... Yeah, that seems like the right move. Watsu, dudes! Missed how much damage Crime did. Alright, he's doing sufficient damage here. That damage variance, though. Oh boy. Gao's a swinger. I do really miss and like half ATB for defending and weapon changing. Although there's no weapon changing in this version. They're locked in place. You talking to me? I don't think Crime needs help. He's just gonna watch. This is... Oh. Alright, that's changed later. To this is opera! That laughing spray. It's so good. Who's that? He took off some clothes and found other clothes underneath. See, Setzer he's pretty open-minded. He hijacks what he thinks is a blonde babe. And when he gets a Moogle, he's like, you know what? It's pretty lonely on this airship. That's clearly designed for an entire crew, but it's just the one guy who takes the clothes off. It said, what did he say? Oh, I can tell you the letter had a big F in it. I didn't catch if that dialogue was different. He was like, oh, you want or something? He said he was going to F up the opera. Yeah, had a second pair of clothes underneath. Alright, so we have yet to actually go... This is still cutscene, Celes. They have yet to actually put your character back in. Who the heck are you? You're not Maria. You're not Maria? I have no business with you. Get out. But we're in flight. Hope you can fly. Wait, we need your help. We need to get to Vector. Please. I have nothing to say. You're well rewarded. I haven't decided if I'm going to help you. Come on, please tell me this cutscene has... Oh, so at this point, they change her back to her sprite, but I still can't touch her. I still can't touch her. Hands off. Okay, so we're back to so doing that actually changes it back to Kutan has glowed up and has decided to become a woman. I guess that makes sense, because they changed her sprite to the opera one. So after the opera was over, they had to designate, hey, now you are this sprite. So that makes sense. Actually. How far are you from being done with Kieran? Not terribly far. That's too bad we're not going to have the Moogle in this scene. Just useless Celes now. Even more useless Celes now. He can't sometimes cast Cure. Edgar, why are you blushing? Edgar, why are you blushing at that? Kutan becomes my mistress. Coins toss. Yeah, I guess those two color sprites are, I guess they talk. They've been traveling for a while. But I guess something about Celes' code is making Edgar also blush. That looks like a mistake. Well, I'm assuming he kept it from Saturn. But in his attempt to woo Kutan, he told her all about him. Edgar seems like one of those guys who, when he's trying to woo a girl, he'll just talk about himself and never stop. I wonder if that is still in 2.1. Or if Celes, when Celes blushes there, Edgar also blushes. They share a palette. Oh, alright, well that'll explain that. Celes and Edgar are the same person, just with different hair. Well, at least you know why that happens, BTV. You are the man. Hey, well, I'm the one drinking. I need another beverage, man. Already emptied this one too. Is the king of Figaro and Transmoogle too. Required another beverage. And I was at Target today. And after work I went to Target and I saw this and I had to buy it. It's People magazine. I've never bought a People magazine before, but the caption got me. It said, the sexiest man alive. It's Paul Rudd. Those eyes, man. You prefer that. It's what I guess he's what the people want. Alright. Take my free beverage. Will you sell? Nothing I can afford. We have frittered away all of our riches. I'm just not a magazine guy. Oh, you just started getting it. I thought you meant like, back in my day, I used to get it in the mail. Oh, someone sent you. Does it have your name on it? Or was it like meant for somebody else? There's a weapon for... Sure, why not? There's a weapon for Shadow here. Wait, is this where we can buy sprint shoes? No, that comes later. Broken dream. Now, the second part of getting up to go grab alcohol is opening it. Nice! Someone gifted you People magazine. Congratulations! I do like that it has Winnie the Bish on the back. Winston Bishop from New Girl. He's on the back of that episode. What are individual magazines called? So would it be an episode? I don't know. 4,000 damage. We're gonna do okay. He's gonna do okay here. Issue. Alright, and that issue of the magazine. Alright, so Hornet's other move is attack. Now we know. If only you had a healing move. I hope these enemies are not gonna get mad that Crime is reaching into their booty. I'm not telling him what to do. He just gotta do things on his own. And I don't need anything from north or west. I guess I could get a spear. Assuming things are all the same. Could go get a spear. Yeah, we could use them. We could use the money. Do I care? Now, let's go. Now we go. Taking the fight to Kefka. I had a friend growing up. He was really into magazines. He was in the magazines his dad got. I told my mom about the kind of magazines he showed me, and she got really mad and said I couldn't go to his house anymore. I didn't know better. I was a little kid. I don't think he was in it, but it was definitely adult ladies, from my recollection. I feel like everyone here is just going to be a distraction while Crime takes care of everything. He'll only get more powerful. Guess I can move Gao into the back row since he's going to be using Wild Rat. Experience is also... Experience is way tighter later than it is here. These enemies have super high defense, and he's still hitting for 1,000. Although now that Kutan is... Actually, Kutan is probably still... Kutan. Because I never named her. The fact that I can't open the menu, so she still wouldn't have a desperation attack. Because that's still Kutan, just dressed up as Celes. So, never mind. All this time, you should be using the Rune Blade. Yeah. Because you're only giving the Warhawk and the Bio Blaster. Spear was a bad move. His jump is bad in this version. Fixed later. Back in the day, jump was not worth it. Cool to have, but he hangs in the air for 2.5 moves. Oh no, a small child just cast magic. Better hide. I thrust in your general direction. I don't have to do anything with their espers anymore, right? Yeah, it's still vanilla. Like, all this is still vanilla. The only difference is there is the limitations on who can wear what. So that's Cure, Muddle, and Berserk. Sleep and Mute. Oh. Good to know. See how much of that I recollect when the time comes to maybe needing it? We'll do a full clear of the gear here. I don't know. Hope so. I'm very close to being able to figure out the combination of things to touch here. To be able to wear 2 swords. But the gauche and the sword is still pretty good. We're gonna find out. These children have remedies. Nice. And a lot of defense. And they're not confusable in this. Alright. I'm assuming if Kutan could not complete it, then that's when he would have made it so you couldn't get Kutan? I hope. If not, then this'll not be a full session. The boomerang is so good, flying all over the dang place. Wild Rat does work. You leveled up yet? Yeah, almost there. Now you can go back to Kieran, since we have to micromanage our Esper still. Beautiful. Those missiles! Proto Man just firing them anywhere. Just launch it, it doesn't matter where it goes, just fire, fire, fire! exact same results. I accept. Yes! Launch missiles! The targeting has been all messed up from that biome. Now you can trust Berserker to keep you healthy in between fights, because he's not using his mana during it. Oh, no Reflect Ring. Jeez, Edgar. I guess I'll end up just using the belt to learn spells. That'll mess up my plans here. This ye old punch crime. Gonna send that Vigor to the sky. Well, not to the sky, since his level. He's not gonna gain too many levels anymore. Ah, Brown Note. That was here too. Good to see it. Nice. I probably won't even take him off of Berserk for Ifrit and Shiva. Let's let him fight. I'm not his dad, I don't tell him what to do. Boost that speed a little higher. And the cape in this is standard-ish cape. 7 speed, 5 stamina. There's space for that. You do. Go back to the ribbon if necessary. For now. Interesting that Gao's version, his rages have no wind-up time, making Gao a lot better than most other people here. Everything else has quite a bit of a wind-up. Rages? None at all. Just go. Child doesn't think about what he's doing, he just does. think Gao needed, like, to double back to the belt to really do that, though. He needed Gigavolt from Aspic to destroy everything insanely. Yeah, or the Aquaform Aqua Rake. But that still required doubling back after Zozo. Or at least after the trench. After Narsh. Gao rocks. That's how I did the Gao solo run on my YouTube. To the point where he was able to do the endgame. Win God Gao. And then switching over to Fixed Dice Gao. Just to confirm, just to lock in the 10,000 damage per hit. Stray Cat into Fixed Dice. How bad were the bugs in 1.0? Some of them are pretty funny looking, Rhizoflavin. Rhizoflavin. A lot of the targetings are all over the dang place. I'm able to bring Kutan along. Some enemies are crazy overstrong. And this is making me really appreciate all the really good quality of life things that have been done since. Alright, so to fight Ifrit and Shiva, I think we're gonna go back to double boomerangs. Or we put all of our money. Yeah, we put all of our money on you destroying Shiva. And say, good luck. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We'll give Berserker one chance to do it himself. Yeah, we've got Kutan here. We can't touch Kutan. Don't worry about it. And you know, Locke's looking fancy. He's got a turban on. Oh wait, this is this. Right. This'll be fine. Poke him. So that should count 1, 2, 3. I think it's 5 times we have to hit him. Ow. 4. Poke him, Edgar. 5. Okay, here we go. Yep, see ya. We win! Victory! So, this is still the vanilla fight of Ifrit and Shiva, not 2.0 where you have to fight them both together. So I was gonna enjoy my beverage, actually. And, there is a moment between when Ifrit leaves and Shiva pops up that if you hit the frame perfect, which you could find that easily when, after X amount of time they'll swap, or if you poke them 5 times they'll leave. You can always find that frame real easily just running as soon as he leaves. As soon as it goes away, stop running and do it again. And you'll be able to get that frame perfect escape. And if one person gets out, at least one, you win! I don't know why why he's not attacking the king. Okay. Never mind the flies hovering over Crime's corpse. That's fine. When we get to another fight, Rhizoflavin, you're gonna enjoy how good Crime is with boomerangs in 1.0. Nice. There's a lot of 69 going on here. Nice. Thank you. Not surprising. Ramuh was correct to entrust you with his power. You Espers attacked us, and Gao walked away and said no thank you. He was correct to entrust you with his power. I will use my first tent. This was back when tents were still a thing. Ooh, Merchant Lock tent is brown. Alright, so let's put you back to Bibble Boomerangs. Stick you in the back row. As our friend in prison, I too suffered my turn. Far brother Ifrit, so shall we. Alright, here we go. Defender of the Flawn. Whoa, there we go! There's no stopping his power. Pissed. He's really good with boomerangs, y'all. Alright, so let's see what Ifrit and Shiva did for us way back when. Plus speed. I feel like he's fast enough already. Yeah, he's totally... 2 speed is pretty good, but... any points I get, I'm putting them into vigor. That's really early on to learn Doom. I like it. Wow. How about that? And no one here can use Shiva, who teaches float. Moving on. Whoa. He has a thief glove on, so he'll occasionally just try to rob these animals. Sadly, we're not accumulating gum pods. Oh, thanks, buddy. That's so nice. What a polite Rhinotaur. Whoa! Wait, did he just vanish? Did the Rhinotaur not die? It just poofed away? Cool. Deep. I have no move for these guys, so, Wild Rat. I'm assuming they're not immune to poison damage yet. Correct. Destroy them, Crime. 2,300 damage. Oh no. Oh god. Thankfully, he cannot Bio-Blaster our own team. That was about to be a wipe. Yeah, we're gonna be dragging Kutan along, so she gets numbers, like, artificially infused from watching everyone else learn. Because she's gonna be necessary, we have to use her at least a little bit in the World of Ruin. And she's gonna be naked. Although some people might like it that way, she's not gonna be particularly helpful against the tentacles naked. What you gonna do? Edgar's coming along too, so he can get the numbers. to carry that fight. The plan is to just have him spam Bio Blaster until all 4 of them die. Unless it's still the vanilla tentacles fight, in which case just wearing the sprint shoes will actually just solve the fight all by itself. We'll see. Stormblade. This is Stormblade. I already have all 3. I have all 3 already. What are you talking about? Water damage that casts air. Huh. There used to be. Hey guys, did you know about this? There used to be a 4th elemental blade. There used to be a water storm. That's neat. And storm, because of wind and rain. Yeah. I guess you couldn't randomly cast Tsunami. Beep. 3,000 damage. When he tries to steal, the boomerang doesn't get its anti-flying property. Whatever. He's doing enough damage. Alright, so I believe this is a human. So, slide to the front. Double butterfly. And we'll watch this guy explode. Just in case, let's not have to walk all the way back up here again. Alright, off you go, Crime. Sure, I haven't shown any of those off yet. You don't get to learn magic, Kuton. You watch the others outperform you. Go cat! Informativeness is a top-notch quality of life that is missing. Oh. I got an X potion. I guess he's not human. Would have been better off with, the boomerang. Oh well. You'll live and you'll learn. I have what the rages do written down over here. I guess I could have put you in the front row first, but, oh no, butterfly works just not when he's... when he's attempting crime, the weapon doesn't keep the property. I guess I could have taken off the thief mode for this fight. Rude. Very rude game. 2 ticks got in before Edgar got a chance to use an item. Have a bird feather. Red meat should always have a better effect on Gao. Whoa! Quarter! Just quarter in every direction. You get a quarter! You get a quarter! You keep the winners alive. How about that? Berserked. Atlas Beef Gloves Prime with double butterfly. 1400 a turn. It's alright. So what's gonna perform better on the during wheelie time? Electric Sword, throwing out some bolt. I'd imagine the Stormblade would, because Break is a stronger move than Bolt. At least it is later. It's Bolt 2, right? Huh. Curious. Received Magicite. General Kutan, you look different than before. You grew blonde hair and boobs. Well, that line was changed later. But I like it. Sid, you moron. All he had to do was kill them? There's a lot more swearing in 1.0. Believe in me, Crime, as I believe in you. This might be my easiest pass ever through the wheelies, though. Now that we've established the unstoppable machine that is Merchant Crime. Done. What happened? Oh, Sid. My fighting? You're blaming me for this? Rude. This is a long elevator. Glad that that line has been around forever. Alright, so for this section, we want Gauche for the dodging. And let's go Stormblade, because you're new, so, as much as I would like to do Electric Sword for the speed, this is a new weapon to me, so, yeah, let's go, do that. And actually, we're going to switch over to the Atlas Armlet, because I don't want you wasting your turn criming. And, yeah. What are you gonna do, Gal? You don't have that many rages. You might just be fully reliant on crime here. I guess Wild Rat's not bad. Or Repo Man. Eh. I trust in you. It's Kefka. He realized we went out the other way. Alright. How insufferable was this section back in the day? Don't have a healing rage, so, yeah. I hope it looks pretty similar to this. They did a really good job with 5, so I hope the people who worked on 5 are the same ones that worked on 6? That are working on 6? I haven't gotten to see what the Stormblade can do yet. Good job, Gal. Nice. Wheel eventually got changed to Wheelie and was made a lot stronger. Prime, you haven't hit anything yet with your Stormblade. Prime, please. Thank you. 1,000 damage. 1,000 damage. Calms down just enough to get his experience. And then the fury hits him. $1,400 damage, Crime. That'll do. Missed him. Oh, baby. Why is your accuracy so bad? Maybe we should put the black... Even though he can't crime... Even though he can't counter while angry, I'm gonna put the black belt on him anyway. Or are these things just these things you're fighting with while you're down a person and stuck without a way of grinding in case things go south, are super dodgy. I mean, nowadays they have innate haste. And they hit way too hard. At this point, they hit less hard. super dodgy. Or does being angry decrease your thinking? The team will eventually turn into 4 berserkers. I like to see how good Punch Sabin could be, but we don't get to find this out. Child. Stormblade has yet to proc. Come on, Stormblade. Is this why you were deleted? Ow. What killed you? Why did you have sap? I don't think I used a Bio Blaster in that one. Or maybe Gao was... Yeah, I think Gao was raging before he dropped. Alright, Remedy does not... cure stop? Remedy does not cure stop in this. But he can still dodge while stopped. So... plus minus. We also saw Shadow block while sleeping. That was super impressive how Shadow blocked moves while he was napping. Just instinctually. I should have healed Edgar. That was a bad move. Oh, welcome back. Oh, there he goes. It's fine. Everything's fine. We got this. There's no punishment for poor gameplay here. Oh, you know Berserk, so I could just make anyone angry at any time. The child. He knows how to irritate. Well. And green cherry is not a thing. Guess they absorb fire. Can't do too much about that. Beautiful. be nice to see that Stormblade proc ever. Got 3 hits from Crime and he was dead. As soon as I fixed that recovery spiral from the beginning, he died. Alright. Alright, Stormblade, you get one more chance to do anything. Hey, sir, I hardly know her. Cool shockwave. Deep. Stormblade, can you proc at once? It's 5% chance of procking. On the last step. Maybe the swords actually can't proc if being dual wielded. We'll switch him to a different elemental sword after this boss fight. Let's see if maybe he just can't proc if it's being dual wielded at this point. I feel like that's BTB a lot of the time. Adds a lot of character when you take away the spaces. In a repetition of words. Not the first time he said that. As of 1.0, are the slots fixed? Thanks, Gal. That was totally necessary. Alright, so against these guys, I don't see anything that's going to be particularly useful, so, Brawler? Can you even hit them? Yes! Beautiful. Alright, so these guys still have their fire lightning gimmick going. Fixing that came later. Sadly, Gao doesn't just say his name, he's saying Gao. You could have all sorts of fun if he shouted whatever name you gave him. Alright, slots are not yet deterministic. Edgar's helping. Whoa! Yeah. I don't think his swords are going to proc while being dual wielded. Or Stormblade does not actually have a break as a spell. We'll find out. I'll put a different sword on, see if that works. Oh guys, we're in for a treat. So Kutan and Merchant Lockhair is not the only gag we're doing here. There's a certain sequence of this game that is kind of boring and really needs a skip button. What if there was a way to make it worse? Slash better. Oh, that's a good animation, Locke. Look at the animation they chose for Merchant Locke. Wielding the Magicite. Welcome back, just in time for the Danger Zone, BTB. Father? I remember it all. I was born in the Esper world. Intentionally evoke the targeting and missiles going all over the dang place. This is what the Esper world is like. This is how I remember the Esper world. Ah, oh, God, help. So the slot used here for Aduin is the slot that was used for Bandit. But this guy doesn't get into combat. And this guy doesn't get... You can't even pop open the menu. So if Bandit ends his scenario poisoned, they don't bother curing him. Maduin, like myself, is a little in the bag. Speaking of, I need to grab another beverage. Hold that thought. Alright, Next, alcoholic beverage required. Let's go. Oh yeah, this looks great. I don't know what's worse, the sprinting one or just kind of pulsing. Let her go. Let her go. And that, according to Nintendo of America, is how babies are made. I remember everything. I remember my parents. Well, this is Madoin giving her these memories. Your dad walks. I haven't seen you most of your life. Hey, this is how me and your mom made you. Dad, please. There are many ways you can tell this story that doesn't involve telling me about how that exact moment I was made. Pretty much exactly what's happening here. Madoin, Parent of the Year, man. I haven't seen you in 15 years. I mean, really, Terra wasn't really the key to anything. They had her for like 15 years and accomplished very little. Just saying. That's my father. Smash that on the ground right now. Don't that just beat all? They can't get away with this. Oh. Oh, when did he make this slide? We gotta see. Yes, I do. Oh god, no. Crash this thing and I will love you gently. Alright, so we need crime. We need shadow crime. Without Kutan, we do need Terra. Terra needs to be dragged along for this for plot reasons. So, come on down here. You see that, that whole event of everyone seeing the sex tape is, it's a lot less fun for everyone else, as there's no backstory to it. It's just here are two people voting. One of them is her. One of them is her mother. Alright, we've already established the Stormblade doesn't work. You take your boomerangs. Maybe you'll be able to make something out of yourself. I don't know. Wind damage. Stamina. Let's reflect. Alright. As expected. Alright. Well, we're going to the belt next, so let's learn some stuff. Anything you guys don't normally wear. To the belt. I don't know what yiffing is, so I've never heard that word before. And since you said it, I'm afraid to Google. I don't have you guys. Oh, you hadn't changed Morph yet. Or if it's still its old terrible thing. Alright, so that was Conjurer and Bomb. Or maybe Prime just can't have his weapons proc at all? Edgar, that auto crossbow's attack was pathetic. Okay, so it's just the Stormblade that can't proc. Good to know. Either can't or refuse to, one or the other. Yiff is a slang term used in the furry fandom to refer to pornographic content. It is considered a tongue-in-cheek term in the furry fandom. Furry conventions have policies regulating where Yiff artwork can be displayed or sold. Sex between furries is called yiffing. In 2012, a barbecue event called Furbycue was cancelled due to yiffing. My poor sheltered soul that I'm not familiar with the ins and outs of furries. I'm okay with this. In fact, I have just the song for you, buddy. Just gonna have to lower this down a little bit.
The growing subculture of people who call themselves furries. 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 Furries.
You know you are cute little heartbreaker. Yeah. And you know you are sweet little love maker. I wanna take you home. Yeah. I won't do you no harm, no. You got to be all man, all man. Excuse me while I kiss this fox. Here I come. You make me feel like a fox. Yeah, I'm gonna take you home. I won't do you no harm, no. You got to be all man, foxy lady. Here I come, coming to get you. Ow, foxy lady, you look so good, foxy. Oh yeah, oh foxy.
They call themselves furries. That's what some of them have their own conventions. Your next door neighbor or maybe at work might be one, and you never know it.
Some furries at the conference enjoy singing furry songs.
Now, furries talk to each other on the internet, go to parties together, and dress up as their favorite four-legged friends.
No, these are really good. These are like just the glorious mashups. And they're good enough to do while we're doing other things here, like collecting rages. Yeah, I'm still allowed to leap on this formation even though I have these guys already. I gotta keep in mind what I already have. Right, Leaper is new. May as well add Leaper to the list. Leaper has Wind Slash. I don't think you trust in my self-righteous suicide. Cry when angels deserve to. Well, that still does the same move later. Except without the bonus to, off the max health. I was gonna go ahead and assume the other move is also Exploder. Hellfire on Conjurer. Fender and Fly. $24, 100 damage. Might as well be walking on the sun.
Ago, they spoke out and they broke out of recession and oppression, and together they took and they folk out with guitars around a bonfire, just singing and clapping. Man, what the hell happened? And some were spellbound, some were hellbound, some they fell down, and some got back up and fought back against the meltdown. And their kids were every kid so in the grips, because fashion is national truth. They ain't of it. Kiss on a close up, Mr. Windsor carry form. No God like Hocus Pocus, so don't sit back, kick back and watch the world get pushed. Rap music in your neighborhood is under attack. Put away the crack before the crack. Put you away, your needs will be there when your baby's old enough to relate. Hey now, you're an all-star, get your game on, go play. Hey now,
And Shim Sham. A lot of gravity moves in his lineup.
Walking on the sun. Some
Alright, next up is Exorcite. Plasmo. That's a good one. That's alright. That would have been nice to have before the facility. There was Gao's Magitech Facility Destroyer. Bombs not weak to water. That's your other move. Yeah, this is the last encounter I want before we move on. So hopefully the child comes back right now. Nice blocking, Gao. Gao just blocked both attacks from Berserk's Cry. Good job. You got Raven, right? Yes.
I said, yep, what a concept. I could use a little fuel myself, and we could all use a little change. The years start coming and they don't stop coming. Back to the rules and I'll hit the ground running. Did it make sense not to live for fun? The brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't go.
Harvester. Oh, we have our healing rage. And attack. Harvester or attack.
This is
Here we go now. 1, nothing wrong with me. 2, nothing wrong with me. 3, nothing wrong with me. 4, nothing wrong with me. 1, something's got to give. 2, something's got to give. 3, something's got to give. Yeah! Let the body hit the floor. Let the body hit the floor. Let the body. Let the body hit the floor. Let the body hit the floor. Let the body. Let the body hit the floor. Let the body hit the floor. Let the body hit the floor. Let the body hit the floor.
Too high score. 5,000 damage from Cry. Oh hey, it's a new one. I was waiting for Bird, but I'll take it. Yeah, this one. one encounter early. Bodies hit the bodies hit the flow. Yeah, alright. Finished on the belt for now. In that meantime, you've almost finished life. Oh, we'll be back one day. Alright, fine. We'll get 2 spell points. We'll beat up these mechanics. Continue to try to figure out what else Flan can do. One more magic point. And we can leave this place. I have Sand Ray, right? No. Well. In that case, 3,200 damage later. So many rages. Out, Prime, no. Prime, rude. Alright, now one more spell point. Or did you learn it already? Now, one more spell point. We didn't get any spell points from you shooing off the child. Our buddy shows up from the wilderness having learned things, and you hit him with a boomerang. Thank you. Or your punch stuff. Moving on. Oh, is the, I didn't even check. I guess the auction house is still there. Pick up a couple espers. not very effective. That free trident I got from Kutan. Thanks. In case it comes up. It's there. Yeah, that's worthless. And so is that. Perfect. It kept the old prices. Forget how this works. Okay, here we go. Beautiful. Right off the bat. Gold. Bigger health. Here's your dragooning, Edgar. Over 9,000. Dragoon Edgar's alright. One more to get. Inside is nothing! Too rich for my blood. She won nothing. That's cute, BTB. Before he decided to just scrap this. Wait for it? Nothing! Alright, so he removed all the joke items. That's nice. Sir! Gosh, get out of my way. I wonder, at what point did he decide to put this enemy up here? Alright. So it was after 1.0, he decided to put a halfway naughty enemy up here. As this is the future home of the Cactuar. We've been waiting for you. This way, please. I see. And yet, when we get the Espers out, and the Espers go straight for Vector, which is what we planned, Narsha's people weren't prepared. This was your plan. Actually, if I recall the backstory to a certain enemy, the way to get spell points is actually back in the mines. Do I actually have anything I really want to learn? I wouldn't mind. Yeah, you have spells to learn. You're gonna be any good. When I figured this out in 2.1, alright, next. Alright, still trying to figure out your other move. Your other move is Storm. Nice. Storm hits everybody on the field. Okay, less nice. Flawed is an interesting move in 1.0. Single target regen, or everybody dies. Alright, except Ant Lion. What did you do? Oh, you do stop. I believe the backstory that I was told after I figured this out was that this used to be used for this purpose of getting job points. Spell points. So let's confirm how this battle works in this version. Make him angry, and then mess him up. Prime, please. Alright, you need to figure out what else you do. Doom. Wild. Stop or doom. Oh, there's my instant kill move. Yes. So I found out a thing about this guy later in 2.0. And I learned what he was changed to and what he was changed from. So if I remember correctly, this guy's going to die on the next turn. And then we're going to get a ton of spell points. The spell point, the auction house made me laugh, BTB. It was Golem, and then a couple of rounds of nothing! There's more meat in you than there usually is. I'm not hitting you with fire. Could do with putting the black belt on. He's remarkably dodgy for a stationary object. Nah, this is great. This is how it should have always been. It looks like I'm dropping frames, but I'm not. This guy has a lot less health in future versions. Just gonna put that out there. And he's 25 magic points. Okay, good. So yeah, this is why you fight the pug. You get back in 1.0. Gets you a bucket. It's an absolute arse ton of job points. So yeah, everyone's going to learn things. And you know what? I will save state again because I'm curious. What if I hit you with fire? What if I say fine? Give me your best shot, gosh darn it. What do you got for me? Just, I did it out of habit, my bad. Alright, next one to learn is Defender. What do you do? Oh, I wrote Defender twice. My bad. We already know what this does. 1,000 damage. 1,000 damage! Hit with fire, he uses Step Mine. Twice. 3 times. Four times. Step Mine bypasses counter, or reflect. Yeah. He gets real mad. Be cute if it bypassed reflect. Or if it didn't bypass reflect, and that's you could just get around that. Gotta hit me, mother. Alright. Alright, so that's why you don't use fire on him. I will slow this down a little bit for the sake of having the black belt on. Because dang, missing is really annoying. So I can always just do this. And off you go. Get mad! At least now he won't miss. Alright, next up to learn is Raven. Hope none of these rages have fire in them. Nevermore as an attack. If it does something else, I don't know what it is. And break. Should go a lot faster now that he's not whiffing every other attack. Nice. 25. Really good. There's your vanilla Cactuar. He just learned all of Ifrit in one move. One more and you're done with Golem. Very nice. And I will say stay in case one of Gao's rages has fire and backfires real hard. Sadly, it doesn't work like this anymore. There was one reason to fight the pug in Modern 2.0. And that is it. Get married. No, I had never heard of Brave New World before 2.0. I just discovered the back door. Alright, so we got Discord, which... What does Discord do? I don't know. We got Discord, and I'm assuming the other move would be Ground Note. But we'll see. Discord. Lots of Discord. And attack. Alright, Discord or attack. Discord, I think, is Confuse and Berserk. And no experience means I'm not hurting my Esper gain. You're done with Golem? Good job. Golem and 2 pugs. Alright, finish off Storm. So we got like 2, maybe 3 pugs left, 3 pugs left. Each of these take like 2 minutes, it's fine. Alright, next to learn is Griffin. Off you go then. Griffin. Got Razor Leaf, which is a move that's really confusing. That it is air ground, at least nowadays it is. Razor Leaf. I got that. I got the Razor Leaf, Gal. What else you got? Child. Rotor. And I think that's a silence attack. Terra learned Storm. She can now attack everybody on the field. Glad that was changed. I won't ever be casting that spell. Next up to learn is Rhinotaur. Rhinotaur has an attack. Okay. Fair enough. You're a rhino. Gao drops Trow and throws his horn at the enemy. And Cure 2. Not as good a heal as Defender, but Defender has innate reflect. May not want that at all times. No, I want that at all times because Cure 2 that isn't going to randomly throw up a target is not going to be good. Innate Shell, though. Okay, that could be alright. Long after Storm stopped hitting everything, the only way to use it would be those who were immune to it. So it was like they were doing it, except Terra could then cast it without destroying herself. I feel like Terra would die if she cast that right now. She has 192 max health. Her dad knows about imping. Her dad knows about draining. Her dad can break wind. Sadly, she saw that in the flashback. Ooh, you're a reader, huh? Her dad knows about you. Alright, and I only have... On the final pug, I only have one more rage to learn about, so cool. Oh. Are these actual books, or... I'm afraid to Google those titles. Sandra. We've got attack. Makes sense. And Sandstorm. Fair enough. Alright, I'll be right back. These are actual books. Use Google as she stabs me. Sounds like the... I love The Good Place. Every time we meet at the Dairy Queen, your whole effing face explodes. Huh. Man, if books were titled like that, I probably would have read more growing up. Alright, so you've now caught up, so you can now put on Uncle Bunkle and never take it off. We're good. Every time we need to get more job points, spell points, we just come back here. Do you know teleport? You do not. Alright. We walk out, it's fine. Which means we need to put you guys back in traveling mode. Oh no! Look out! Crabs! I never even put relics on you. Whoops. Guess you can wear... Guess you can get mad. Not being particularly helpful otherwise. Speed under par. The Ship Driver Mystery. Half spy novel, half murder model mystery. It's also half submarine adventure, half erotic memoir, and half political thriller. It's also half golf tutorial and half commentary on society. They did their best to try to make that man a good person. The Good Place probably is, like, the middle seasons dragged a little, but, it has one of the best endings of a series I've ever watched. Like, tears on my face, man. Like the pieces of his buddy in his mouth. Tears on my face. In fact, here's how much I love the good place. This sits on my desk at all times. My little Chidi Anagonie Funko Pop. It's the only Funko Pop I've ever bought. You put the... That's worse. You do realize how that's worse, right? You put the peeps in the chili pot, you eat them both up, you put the peeps in the chili pot and add the M&Ms, you put the peeps in the chili pot, it makes it taste bad. By far one of my favorite shows. And it also helps that Kristen Bell is flawless. Where was I going? Seal Cave. Distracted myself. You should, BTV, and make sure you have a hanky with you. If you know the hanky you were already, not the hanky you were using because of Kristen Bell, and I forget the actress's name, but Tahani. Different hanky than that. No, that's the one you were using for the others. Seal Cave. That's for the soldiers. Oh, hold on. Nah, it's not worth it. I was thinking of just bringing Terra through here alone. Are those happy tissues or sad tissues? Oh, look at that! Forgetting Sarah Marshall reference in my channel. Welcome, Wish I Was Blank. You're a god amongst men. Or women. God amongst whoever you want to be. These are cool looking. In fact, we just... this down again. Pull up. And this is me playing the piano a long time ago.
Kind of hard to believe things are going to get better. And I've been drowning too long to believe the tide's going to turn. And I've been living too hard to believe things are going to get easier now. I've been trying to shake off the pain from the lessons I've learned. And if I see Van Helsing, I swear to the Lord I will slay him. He'd take you from me, but I swear I won't let it be so. Blood will run down his face when he is decapitated. His head in my mansion is how I will let this world know how much I love you.
Hey man, I was 18 in that video.
Die. 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 I can't.
I play quite a few instruments, and I had to record my playing that at some point. Woo, Dragon Musical! Even after that movie, I never understood everyone's, like, people's obsession with Mila Kunis. No, it's supposed to for, just not for me. You can have her, it's not for me. Got Kristen Bell right there. Mila Kunis looks like a child. Prime with the casual 2,000 damage swing. Like, that movie was so good, it spawned a sequel for... A separate character. Gary Byron. Hold on. Alright, well, I'm assuming you'll post an image, you always do. To prove your point. Was that the redhead who was there on vacation? The newlywed? Well, I should put Tara back on boomerangs. So I can slide you in the back row. You can wear flame tongue. Yes. Was that the... Are we jumping gears, or was she the actress in that movie? $3,600 damage from a basic attack from Crime. Doing alright here. Yeah, I recall that, but... I watched a bit of Mythbusters way back when. Unifier. Well. Yeah, it's just a Stormblade doesn't proc. Every other weapon in his hand is doing perfectly well. It was just the Stormblade didn't work. Every episode. Script that plays TV shows. Oh, that's nice. I would probably, if I found Mythbusters on one of the streaming sites, I'd probably binge that. I did enjoy what I did watch of it. I need to go buy you your more tools, Edgar. Thanks, Gal. Gal found his niche. He keeps everyone alive, while crime destroys everything. Welcome to the rest of the game. I didn't notice a better boomerang for sale. Did the full moon not exist yet? Wonder if I just missed it. I may not have shopped in Narshe. Another piece of media so elegantly or successfully injected an appreciation for the scientific method into the cultural zeitgeist. I like the sounds your mouth makes. Makes me feel all tingly and sad. You use that mouth prettier than a $10 whore. Just for you there, BTB. It didn't go this. You know what? We ended up debunking it, but how can we make this work? We can't. How can we make it cool? Screw it. We're doing our own thing now. Found 2,000 smackers, which later turned into ninja stuff. It's totally sweet. I mean, the fire department is here and ready to go. They're paid by the hour. Get this ball rolling. Here's your... We'll never see Terra again in just 18 more battles to the end. I should pause to try to steal something from these people, huh? Or at least put on the... I should put on the, crime gloves. Look for some ghosts. FBI explosive experts. Frank Doyle. Load the truck and barrel with 850 pounds of GTFO. Owner. Well, Team AFK underway. Nice. Magicite. Oh man, my Magicite was still in this. Blood Sword. Some good stats on blood. Oh, is that what took that spot? Come on, crime. Get him. Oh, no club. Weapon for Gao came later, I guess. I'll accept the free Revivify. Come on, rare steal of weapon for Gao. That might just be in later. Well, that's a bummer. Alright, so let's gear up for maybe this fight is here? Maybe it's not? We'll find out. It doesn't hurt to have the Thief Glove on. Does the same work as the Atlas Armlet as long as I'm not trying to get the boomerang thing to pop off. Free Revivifies too. Why not? Edgar and Tara are just here for show. It's casual 5200 damage. Alright, one more boner for the road. Alright. Does good here. I was actually a little disappointed that the animation for that wasn't all over the place. That'd be really fun to watch boulders fall all over. Alright, we got humans coming, so let's switch back to the butterflies. And Terra's not in this fight, so yeah, we're good. Yeah, keep the thief glove on, why not? That was multi-target, and it corrupted a save file. And crashed the SNES. Huh. And no... And instead of trying to figure out why this happened, you guys just gave up on that idea? You always bring it back. I'm properly tipsy, and I did not swap rows. Whoops. This will take a little longer than expected. Oh, it's not a fight. I was hoping this would be the fight, but you didn't add the fight till later. There. I was almost ready for that fight too. Alas. I mean, this is 1.0. I can't expect all the cool stuff. Oh man, what's Kaiser gonna be like here in 1.0? Do the blackjack. There are guaranteed 3 fights in between us and the blackjack, so hold that thought. Okay, here we go. Sarah's trying to help. She's helping. She did it. She helped. I should have had her use her dad. I had the chainsaw kill and not. All right, whatever. I accept. And then she learns fire too on the last battle on the way out. Nailed it. Excellent timing. Block. At no time has it used. Oh, there. Okay, here we go. This is cutscene lock. You changed for the. This isn't their actual sprites. This is just a cutscene. Is it imp? He'll appear here as an imp. It keeps his status there, but doesn't use his sprite. Weird. Yeah. We're not using Terra again, so put her away. Oh, actually, we are. We have to use her for never mind. We have to use her for Wizard Village. So yeah, she can stick around. Sure. Whatever. You remove this bird village too. Bird hut too. No, okay. $1 for borrow one of my birds. No questions asked. Wasn't weird till you said that, sir. Good ride. I haven't been here yet. At some point, you added that reference in. This is not that point. I've never found a use for the Rune Edge. It's just a stat stick. Alright, so for defeating the Magitech soldiers... that should be sufficient. Destroying everyone who comes in your path. That was good. We haven't seen that happen yet. It looked almost normal, and then a ghost. Rhyme is haunted by his past. Literally haunted. I haven't been up here either, so I may as well check it out. Right, you. Hello. For 3K. Tell me about Re-Rise. Let's Re-Rise on the party for only 72. Got more expensive later. Dark Muddle Stone, Dark Zombie. Poison. I'll take one of those, sure. Don't suspect I'll ever actually equip the Spirit Ring. I haven't done it yet. But it's there. Tiger Mask doesn't have an icon. No icon. Sure. Don't worry about it. You don't need an icon. You know what it's called, a mask. You know what it is. Don't be dense. There it is. Give me those. Randomly insta-kills? Does the Morningstar have this quality in 2.0 BTB? Cause that would make it worth buying. This was certainly, I've never noted, the description definitely doesn't say that in 2.0. There's a random chance of bopping someone on the, getting them square in the head. Right in the temple. Down to the ground. Well, in that case, you could probably do way more damage double mooning the back row. Yeah, I don't like the weapon in 2.0. I've never used it. I see no reason for it. And you're one person who could use it. She should be casting spells or runicking. She has other things she should be doing. Alright, you need the Atlas Armlet. There you go. She counters covers. Here's you. Beep beep. Coming through. The Red Bull doesn't exist yet. Take some meat. Go meat. Eat. Go meat. Eat. Guess you resist fire. Whoa! Alright, the full moon seems even more intense with the graphical errors. You took away this bird stable too. Rude. Howdy, Spike. I'm gonna grab another beverage. Not drunk enough yet. It's possible I am sufficiently tipsy. I may have fallen into the fridge to grab this. It's not gonna stop me from drinking it. Don't you worry. I got back up, therefore I am fine. Where's the bottle opener? It's getting even more intense with the full moon here. Yeah, at staff, I like to report a bug from 8.5 years ago that you fixed since. Oh boy. What a move. Off you go then. Selecting your moves is a distraction. This is a attack to win kind of game. So far, the only overtly rude enemy in the entire game has been that hobo, who acid rains for more than 3/4 of my party's max health. I'm kind of surprised that that's been the only rude enemy I've seen in the entire game. You have 4 minutes until dinner. Two. 3. 4. Just how strong are you? Throws 10,000 boomerangs at you. Alright. I yield. A crazy carrot with the raid. Hello, raiders. Hey Voodoo's, is this your doing, buddy? Hello, hello, Raid Hype. I'm Dan the Chairman. This is A Brave New World 1.0. It came out in May of 2013. 2.1 is about to be released at 8.5 years of improvements in content, and I found a relic, and I'm doing a gag run of it. Well, I appreciate that, Deuce. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Just a few graphical errors on screen, don't worry about it. It's just really good at boomerangs. Thank you for the follow. We're good, we're 6.5 hours in and possibly a little tipsy. It is possible. Espers. Yes, I should hydrate. I there's a timer. Oh, I missed someone in the clinic. All right, we'll be right back. We usually end with the toilet, but all right, looks like we're practically chugging this alcohol. Gotta get back to the clinic. I feel like I missed somebody in here. You? Hello? No, not you. You? Yes, you. There. There's a hydrate. Woo! Chugging cider hurts. No, I overdo it, Voodoos. Don't worry, I'm gonna brush my teeth good tonight. Problem with alcohol is that you could drink a lot of alcohol, you can feel the sugar on your teeth. Not good. I don't work tomorrow. I work today. Brave New World 1.0 had a lot of swearing. Let's see what Kefka does here. Yeah, word. How dare they imprison me? I don't believe this. Oh, Deuce. Cheers. Ugh. That evening. This way, please. Sharing a meal, a toast to our hometowns. A toast! Prost! Skål! Salud! Drink beer! General Kutan. Kutan is one of us. I did not rename Kutan. I've never named Kutan. Why did you start the war? Oh. One more question, please. Why do you want peace? Because the Espers messed us up. Spells and beams up the rear. Might be time to like throw in the towel. Hot cross buns, am I right? So let's take a quick break and go beat up your personal guard. Right here in the right here in the dining hall. What could go wrong? Whoa. Get him, crime. Meanwhile, we're gonna commit some war crimes and let out some toxic gas here in the dining hall. Nobody else breathe. You guys keep breathing, please. But the war is over. Fight his officer, General Leo. That guy. But enough about him. We'll see him more later. We'll see more of him later. You are our last hope. Did not remember to unequip my people. Hopefully, it auto-unequips. Did it unequip? That blood sword here? Oh, you're wearing it. What did Gao have on? Stat stick. It did! How polite. Your thing's gonna be sprint shoes and cape. You sit in the back and cower while while crime takes care of everything. Merchant crime. So what do we get for completing this in 1.0? Due to your decorum at tonight's banquet and your grace in speaking with our soldiers beforehand, the following has been decreed. All Imperial troops will be withdrawn from South Figaro. Imperial troops will also be withdrawn from the Kingdom of Doma. We hereby grant you access to the armory at the Imperial base in the east, near the Seal Gate. This is from the Emperor himself. Your behavior was impeccable. Take a black belt. I would think it'd be funny if there was several degrees of belts. We already have one. We're fine. It's fine. Just go. Everyone get out of my way! And this place, they could use a janitor. It's fine. Prime has got this. The boomerang animation is so good back in the day. Oh no, it's giving you a colonic. Delicious. I did it. Alright, so around the 6-hour and 45-minute mark, Brave New World 1.0, the audio starts to go. I like it. This is art. This is not me. This is not it. This part's not a gag. No, it's good. This is right. This is proper. 2 steps at another battle. I'm glad at some point you implemented a minimum number of steps before the next encounter. Sadly, the audio glitch did not transfer over to battle. Oh, again with the colonic. It's a casual 5200 damage. Normally, you'd run away from all these fights because you were not supposed to be able to fight any of these enemies with 2 people. The game is not balanced that way. Merchant Crime has no time for that. Merchant Crime will destroy everything he sees. Anger will prevail. Still defending, even though it doesn't look like I am. Anyone know what time Taco Bell closes in New Jersey? Go for some Taco Bell. See, when I grew up where I grew up in Virginia, there was a college barely close by, so nothing ever closed ever. It was like 24/7 everything. Now I live in New Jersey. There's like even IHOP closes. IHOP closes at like 10, and that's really weird. Yeah, out here it does. IHOP closing that really threw me off. Like I took this girl out, and it was like a little after midnight. She was like, "What do you want to do?" I was like, "Let's go to IHOP." She's like, "You can't go to IHOP." I'm like, "Yeah, we can go to IHOP. IHOP's always open." IHOP's like the place you go after the bar. When the bar finally kicks you out at like 2:30 in the morning. But New Jersey is not a fun place like Virginia. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I've never even seen a Denny's up here. Like if the wait at IHOP was too long, or if you didn't have that much money on you, you just go to Denny's. Get garbage food by a cook who's obviously high and doesn't quite know where he is. But for super cheap. And when you're super plastered, ordering a Moons over your hammy gets a good giggle every time. Right, we got a reflect ring. A wall ring, which is auto shell. I accept. Accept these offerings. And 69,000 gold. Nice. The curve in this version is very generous. Terra has been dragged along to 1 dungeon and is at level 17. In 2.1, she would be at like 13, 14, and still be completely useless. She's 17 here, she's pretty useless still, but at least she has numbers. At this point, I feel like it's just my eyes playing tricks on me, but I know darn well that that's not what's happening here. You again. Aha! Terra's helping. Let me introduce General Kutan, and rest in peace. What? What? Nothing? Better part of the game when they don't require us to use her. General Leo told us about you. Is it true you're a thief? I prefer treasure hunter. Your name is Crime. I just kind of went along with what your parents named you. What would you call yourself? I don't judge. But I'm not leaving my wallet out. Just saying. Tom. Come on. Why won't you speak to me? This outfit makes me a half-inch shorter, and now I'm looking up at you. I didn't mean like that, Kutan. Kutan. And off we go. For Crime to destroy everything in his path. People are people. Thanks for that insight, Leo. No better than Kefka. May as well have poured the poison in that river myself. I've had consciousness for like 2 months now. I still haven't fell in love. Leo's like, I want nothing to do with this conversation. Goodbye. Leo, where do babies come from? I have this picture in my head of how I was made. Is that how everyone makes babies? I'm gonna go to bed now. See you later. I was gonna pair myself up with Terra, but after those questions, you know what? I think I'll stick with Kutan and Shadow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to Bottle King tomorrow. Disadlock. Rutan and I will go this way. Hey, Crime. You play cold to me, now I'm gonna be cold to you. Cause we're a bunch of children. Good luck dragging Kutan around, Leo. Alright, so, yep. That's a good setup for Shadow. Let's go. That works. Oh, these battles where Shadow survives. Remarkable. It's a very durable octopus. Octopus? Is that supposed to be a hermit crab? I don't know. Durable. I'll set you up for an Ice Brand Full Moon, so you can take full advantage of everything in the house. Good journey, Rip. We'll see you for a few minutes on the continent. Take it easy, bro. The end is nigh. What a cute doggy. The dog eats strangers. Why? Because I said so. Now get! Come on, get! Wow. That language changes a lot over the years. Dang. 8.5 years ago, she needed, her mouth washed out with some soup. Shadows, stop it. She's not a stranger. Wrinkly old dirtbag. Interceptor, come. Yeah. How dare you talk to your grandfather that way? He should beat you with his Punisher. Oh, hey. Welcome. Let's not have to fight anything I don't want to fight, ever. I like how they're practically free. That's nice. Random spellcast rate up. Not even sword spellcast. Random. Halves earth damage. I'll take one, sure. Since Terra is... yeah. There you go. And you are perfect the way you are, sir. I guess, actually no, Gaia Gear is an improvement on Ninja Gear. It has the evade, just a slight speed boost. Deficit, that's fine. I can work with that. Poison Rod. Oh, I just bought the full moon. Oh, rude. Fine. I'll have one of each. And you're new? Possibly. I'll have a poison rod. I'll have one of each. Moblitz is... this place is not off. Oh, sprint. Here's sprint shoes. Oh, handsome. We'll come back here to do some shopping, but Damage or more turns? More turns, please. Or, you know, if he hits hard enough, he doesn't need more turns. Please tell me you didn't think of it and the grave is still here. Oh, okay. That's too bad. Say I could just walk over to Leo's grave right now. Oh, what? Wait, what? Rest in peace, General Leo. Wait, what? Yes! Yes, she was on fire, and then it got the neighbor's house on fire. This is my favorite one of my favorite lines in the game. It's not that she was using fire, and this is something caught. No, she was on fire, and she caught the house on fire. Ah, it's so good. Rest in peace. Thanks. Interesting. Where are you? Usually, if I can't find my dog, he is actually perfectly visible, just slightly out of sight. Like right behind a coffee table or something. I'd rather revive Bannon. Elf is could be a really helpful move over Shock. Flames be gone! Good job, old man. See, that's what happens. You don't know this spell. You can't cast ice. They know Aqua Ray, because this is the Fire Brigade. Alright, while they cast this 1,000 times, I'm going to grab another beverage. You see, they even have a firefighting formation that lady came bolting in to run right to that one spot. Okay, so Old starting out at level 15. Give him an ice rod. He's gonna need... yeah, this is a fine hat. I have no other pants for you, old man. Alright, black belt. And... I wish I had bought a guard ring. Ah. I did not buy a guard ring. Oh well. Shoes. Yeah. Why not? And, what do you come with? You come with the bubbles. Alright. You can bring the bubbles. You can wear the babe. Let's roll. Everyone's good. Everyone's happy. Save state, so I don't have to sit through that again in case something goes horribly wrong. We have to hurry. It could collapse at any second. This is not a time section. Do not listen to that. That is purely flavor text. Off we go. Grenade! I don't have to be drunk, but it certainly doesn't hurt. Ding. I didn't equip that Rising Sun. Alright. The new one is the one that isn't opened yet. Much better. Sarah's helping. I'm surprised crime is doing so little damage. Perhaps there should be more dialogue. Maybe they're not weak to ice. Maybe they're in fact weak to water. We already established that this won't proc Storm. That's a fake. Or it won't proc Break, so that's fake. Right, it's not gonna be any music here. Should put on my own. This is one of the parts that the ambiance is cool and all, but it gets tiring after a battle or two. Maybe the blades are the wrong idea entirely. There we go. Now we're talking. $3K. Get it, old man. If you're moving, if they are moving, I'm too drunk to actually explain right now, but you can walk past them if you're super patient. I had to do it for the low-level game I did on Vanilla. These, the opera rats. If they are moving, they cannot catch you. So you have to wait till they're moving in a way that you can slide right past. Whoa, that drain went out of world. Yeah, these guys are always gonna be right next to you. It's similar to the very intro with the Moogles and crime. But these guys move a lot faster, and they're not in a set path. I did just get a fresh one. Nice Kate, come on. I'll catch it up. Because they were moving, he was moving, he couldn't catch me. But I don't need to be patient. These guys are free experience to get old old and Terra up to date. I'm now 68%. Angry Arch. This is my... I do have one more in the fridge, but it's not from this pack. I don't know how long it's been there, but that won't stop me from drinking it. I also have, so apparently some people in the very, very bottom of their, fridge, the drawer that pulls out, I went to a buddy's house and he has that like full of like lettuce and tomatoes and onions. And that's full of beer for me, just miscellaneous beer, so I could always move over to Yingling. I have a lot of Yingling. Like my freezer's full of meat and frozen vegetables. Toss in the microwave. This is a Dragon Warrior 3 medley. This would be the overworld theme of Dragon Warrior 1 at the moment, which is also used in 3. What am I using meat for? I have Cure. My Berserker's got this. Yeah, that is the adult thing you could keep in your refrigerator. Hey. I do have a good dog around my side, except my dog is passed the heck out on the love seat over there. Oh man, I would actually really enjoy Kristen Bell volume. I didn't feel too much. I will say that first time I ever saw Kristen Bell was in Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Before that, I could say hands down, #1, Jessica Biel. I grew up watching Seventh Heaven. And, Natalie Portman. Interesting. Nice cover counter, buddy. Oh yeah! I see, as growing up, I always confused Natalie Portman with Winona Ryder and Keira Knightley. I thought all three of those women were the exact same person. Mars Attacks. That was a good movie. Oh, you're wearing Uncle Bunkle. That won't help us here. I was hoping you were wearing your dad, but you're not. Like cover counter. Oh yeah. Hashtag USA. You got this, old. No, old. Like, I thought Keira Knightley was super cute in, Pirates of the Caribbean. But I also thought that was the same person who was in the other movies, so... Are these things not tagged as flying? Why did that do so little damage? Goodness. What am I doing? No, crime has spells. Thank you. I've already opened that. Whoops. What happens when you're drinking and get into a long set of encounters? Forget where you are. Everyone dies. Just go. Quickly, old. Defend. Or you die. Keira was Natalie's spy double. Nailed it. Oh my god, she did kill old. Tara, please. Calm down. It's fine. Berserker will fix everything. Oh, there's no save point here in this version. Just that good, man. Wait, what? Oh, I was gonna say, oh man, no, we did it. I found what I need to do to get 2 swords now. Get in the front row. Yeah. No save point here, so I'm gonna make my own. All right, let's go. Heart fire. See, I would use Storm, but I know the old man will die. Alright, hit him with the bubbles. Hit him with the bubbles and get Uncle Bunkle's ass out here. Oh, 3,300 damage from Crime's basic attack. We might do alright here. Okay. We might have this. Hit him with the babe. Oh, wow. Single target Shiva for 900 damage. Old. Old, we need to have a talk. You're a wizard. That is what you do. Why? You're so weak. That's better. That's 3,000 damage. Kung Fu old. Yeah. Or it dies in 3 hits. Alright. Delicious. It's like having a level 27 crime is breaking the game or something, but... Hey, it's not my fault that he didn't adjust the experience curve until after May of 2015. 13. 13, 12, 2007? I don't know. 8.5 years ago. Take today's date and stuff it back a few years. Good dog. Ninja fetish. Thank you for saving me. Thanks. Which, ironically, I don't think Shadow... Actually, this was... I would say that part was probably the worst part of all of Return of the Dark Sorcerer. Where Shadow and... A worthless Shadow and... Who was it? Fusoya? That guy who's shoehorned into the end of Final Fantasy IV, who I hadn't played at that point. That they had to fight like 18 in a row battles of fireballs. Yeah, I would say that and the very end game, just the absolute worst parts of that entire hack. Neat ideas. It was not pretty. I guess if he had enough wave scrolls, he could chew through some of them. Child. Child, that is your grandfather you're speaking about. Show some gosh darn respect. Give her the Punisher. Punisher? I hardly know her. Mentos, the fresh maker. You left. I thought you weren't coming back. Got the wrong idea. Wanted my dog back. You leaving? As usual, Crime doesn't get that Strago was talking to him. Interceptor. Arc. One final wolf for the road. And then unless they implemented the thing, that'll be the last we ever see as an Interceptor. I don't know if the thing is implemented here where... Yeah. There's been 16 runs of this game. Exactly one has saved Shadow. And that was only because I hadn't used him at all yet. Alright, time to move on to Magic Mountain. Of which... No, it was on purpose. I said I would use... that was during the 4... I played 4 simultaneous games of Brave New World at once using a shuffler program. It randomly shuffled between the 4. And they each had... All 4 had different gimmicks, different Esper builds, and different main parties. one of them intentionally had the ninja as a party member. He was okay. If I built him as Wind God Cyan, he was okay. He can do what Cyan does worse. Alright. I still think that that one wasn't the worst run I've done. I did 2 simultaneous runs with 2 emulators linked to 1 controller input. I did 2 simultaneous runs of Brave New World, each with different gimmicks. That was a rough one. You need to learn Raid already. Here, poke him. Eh. Attaboy. Whoa! And now you get to learn nothing, as he does 3,000 damage. Crime is because he hadn't escalated the experience curve. Crime's approaching endgame levels. Well, future endgame levels. I don't know what the endgame level of 1.0 was. That could be 50. That could be 70. I don't know. Poke. That thing has a ton of defense. Oh no, not a colonic. Nice! 82 damage kill. I love it. Alright, I guess I'll use my second tent of the game. We are outside. So apparently Taco Bell is closed already. This says Wendy's is open. I don't believe it. I love Wendy's nugs, but... did make food. There's food in the fridge. Oh, hey there, big boy. How you doing? Is this still the way to deal with you? I like Wendy's nugs. Those are pretty good. Nope. That's not the way to do it. Well, later, in 2.1, that's how you deal with these guys. You imp them. Not here. Oh well. C'est la vie. La vie. Off we go. Up Magic Mountain. Gator hide. This gets better and better. Just getting angrier. He survived. Jeez. Dear Fatal. Thanks. There we go. Boom, baby. Whoa! No, no! There goes Crime! Get him, old! You're so old! Well, goodbye! Thankfully, the Berserker can keep everyone healthy. All the mana he's not using during combat. I feel like this word should borderline not be allowed. Almost feels like a derogatory term. Tell me about yourself. Being as fire. Right, there's no weapon changing in this. That came later. Prime might have this. Load a single target? Weird. Used to later, where float was auto everyone. I have to designate it to be multi-target. Child. Alright, time to set up for the Ultros. That'd be Fire and Gauche. I mean, that means Gauche and Fire. There we go. Or... yeah, protect against water. Just Flame Tongue. You got this. Have these tents, I may as well use them, since I don't get that luxury later. Oh my, I don't believe it. These idols, they represent the War Triad. Or Triad, we ever heard that term before? Something carved on the back. Ultros was here. What? What does that mean? Terra's mom's a Yiffer. What? I don't understand any of this graffiti. Rasmus were no doubt drawn to this island by these strange runes and markings on the back. What's yiffing? Well, you see, when a beast loves another beast, when a man loves another man, but feels the need to dress as a beast. Here, all the kids will love you for this one, for knowing this one. You can go tell all your friends about this new word you learned about, old man. Imagine that. Let's throw up some regens. Wash it with that thing. So am I losing eye. Ew. He jizzed on the old man. Elder abuse. Oh, so much for my regen. Prime's doing 2,800 a hit. This might be okay. We might not need Realm. San Nino, which is Spanish for the Nino. For all those Chris Farley fans out there. How I'll miss you so. Haha, you fool! Haha! That's not as much damage as I was expecting out of you, old. Ow! That destroyed her. Oh no, the flies are circling already. And there we go! Wait. All according to plan. See, it's fine. I'm a budding virtuoso. How dare you ask my name as if anyone wouldn't know the great Ultros! Mini virtuoso and egotistical. I prefer the later line. A young girl and an octopus. I don't like where this is going. I don't wanna. Oh, Ultros. That's a child. Let's jump from here. And don't question what she does on the net. You dang meanie. The crime is not particularly great at them. Yeah, the party's doing great here. Nailed it. Holy moly! I'm an octopus! Why'd you never tell me? Once again, information that could have been brought to my attention yesterday! Sass, please. That language. Alright, so, child. Do you have this? Tell me about this chocobo brush. That's not what it's called later. Brushes cure health. Take your Da Vinci brush. Actually, it does. That is a key item. Later. If you recall recruiting Ultros or recruiting Cyan in the recruiting Ultros, sorry, at the drinking. If you recall recruiting Cyan in the world of Ruin, and that chest he has, you go outside and get the key. That's what's inside. Is a naughty mag. I guess I could put things like espers on her, huh? And how about relics? Yeah, enjoy your memento ring, and that's it. In vanilla, in the Japanese version, is Naori. And the hack goes back to being the hack goes back to being Naori. He goes, a book about machines and a porno mag. Whoa, wow. You can cast a colonic at them. Acid rain. Some stay dry and others feel the pain. Acid rain. I've never heard of that movie. I mean, we know he was sending correspondence of some kind to a lady. Acid rain. Some say dry and others feel the pain. Glider rocker for a lady. And that full moon is just going ham. Show it to Francis McDormand in his basement. So dry and awkward. I can tell you, I've never heard of that movie. It's sounding more and more wild the more you explain it. And now I want to look it up. Burn after reading. Good job, Sass. There we go. The Coen brothers. No idea. You could name the brothers that did the Matrix trilogy, and I would not recognize them at the moment. Pretty sure. I've not seen Big Lebowski since college. Though it's been a good, like, 13, 14 years since I've seen the Big Lebowski. Warner Brothers. Yes, those are the two that went to that went into space, right? They invented the first flying aircraft and went to space. Yakko, Wacko, and Dot. Oh man, I used to have the whole all the nations of the world song from the Animaniacs. I used to have that memorized. So like, as a kid, I had a really bad stutter. Like, a really bad stutter. And part of what my speech therapist made me do was learn a lot of songs that went really fast. Well, that's nice that the attack for sass, the brushes, defaulted to the enemies at this point. That's nice. It's that quality of life that was improved later. So I learned a lot of hip-hop and a lot of rap to help my stutter. Whoa. Yeah, don't question that. It happens. Don't worry about it. Hold on. Well, fight's over. Everyone got sneezed away. Moving on now. What's up, cat? Here, come say hi. Say hi, Oswald. It helped me, because I had to slow down a lot of the songs to learn them. So it helped me, like, get my brain and my tongue on the same rhythm, I think. My guess of how it worked. Say hi, Oswald. This is my Maine Coon, Oswald. He's awful. You're the worst cat ever. That's right. Right? Yeah. He never stops eating. And when he's not actively eating, he's screaming in hunger. And the vet says there's nothing wrong. But he gets along with the dog, so... Well, I was worried he had, like, some sort of, like a parasite or something. I feed him the recommended amount. He's still hungry. I feed him more than the recommended amount. He's still hungry. And he's not a smart animal. Like, he knows that digging into the sink is going to get things thrown at him. Or if I catch him, he's gonna get him thrown across the room. He doesn't care. He'll go into the sink anyway, flinching the entire time because he knows what he's doing is wrong. He's smart enough to realize what he's doing will get him in trouble and or in pain if he gets caught. But he doesn't care. He does it anyway. That's not a smart animal. I'm not a cat person. I'm a dog person. Cat was not my idea. Sometimes things just happen. It's an animal with nothing to lose. In his eyes, he's going to starve to death if he does not dive into the sink to lick out my bowl of cereal that already is full of water. as it sits there to soak. I'm a strong believer in soaking your dishes. You should not wash your dishes the moment you cook. You cook food, enjoy your food. Clean it later. Enjoy it. In fact, don't even clean up after you're done eating. Let it sit there and soak for a while. You'll get to it eventually. The next time you go to cook, you'll wash the dishes, dry them, and then cook with them. Then they go back to their storage place in the sink. Unless you have people coming over. Unless you get really lucky and you get that girl that comes over who looks forward, or at least pretends like she looks forward, to cleaning your place for you. And then you don't have, then you invite that person over all the time. Like, hey, you want to come watch some Netflix and chill? And you know the first thing she does when she walks in is do the dishes, fold the laundry. I don't fold laundry. I wear things. They go in the washing machine, they go in the dryer, and they stay in the dryer until I wear them. Once the dryer is now empty of clothes, they go back into the washing machine, and they repeat the cycle. There's like 3 things hung up in my closet, and those are 3 things I haven't worn in so long that someone else has hung them up and is now there since then. What if your clothes get wrinkly? You just turn the dryer on in the morning when you're getting ready. By the time you get to the dryer, the wrinkles are mostly gone. I wear scrubs to work. And I get my lab coat dry cleaned, so I don't have to worry about any of that. Wrinkle release, see? There's a mode on my dryer. I work in orthodontics. Hello, cat. What do you want? Oh, hey, cat. Cat came back. But the cat came back the very next day. Oh, the cat came back. I thought he wasn't gonna, but the cat came back. He's doing the muffins on my Snuggie. He could stay away. That's right, cat. I don't usually interact with you at this time of night. It's 1 in the morning. I've been sitting here for 8 hours. Do you have any questions about your teeth, braces, retainers, Invisalign? Hit me up. Yeah, I'm one of them 2 Taft teeth doctors. I ended up in the hospital one time years and years ago. Like 5 years ago, and there's a girl I was dating. She was real proud of dating a DDS, and oh, I hope you were the one that did it, blank. Wink. No, I know what you mean. and the doctor walks in and starts explaining everything super simply what happened to me, and she goes, "Oh no, it's okay. He's a doctor." And I just stared at her. And the doctor goes, "Oh, thank God." Starts spilling out like actual medical terms, and I'm like, ignore her. I'm an orthodontist. But please explain things simply. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. What he was trying to say was that I was 25 years old and I got mono. Nailed it. Waited her entire... Just got her bridge off, waited her entire life to get braces. I'm assuming she had a bridge because she would either lost a tooth at a young age, or she could just congenitally did not grow in a tooth. That means you just never grew one in. So they put a bridge in there so she could still do things like smile and chew. Having the bridge off, they could now they put braces on or Invisalign, align the teeth and make room for an implant, or to put a bridge back on afterwards. Those are usually the 2 options there, blank. A lot of that same question, let's not be culturally insensitive, Saigon, but you could say that's the same thing about British people, I guess. But a lot of countries around they don't put a lot of they're not as vain as like Americans, where they look at your teeth and they assume a lot about you because of it. Part of the braces on the roof of the mouth. Like the roof of your mouth is here, like where you put the gun. The part there are no braces there. Like you wear your retainer there. I guess you could have she could have like a flipper if she has a fake tooth. Like if I'm missing this tooth, you can get a flipper and it's put on by like a retainer that sits up there and has a fake tooth in there. Everyone has bad genetics. Everyone has bad genetics. It's just a matter of most countries aren't as vain and they don't put such a high value on having a good smile in order to get far in life. Is basically the thing. Here in America, fortunately for my business, severe overbite and pulled 4 teeth. Usually for an overbite you pull 2 teeth. That must have been really severe. So like, hey, grab a piece of paper here. Let's do a little doodle here. So, if you, so an overbite is where your top teeth come in front of your bottom teeth. And, so I'm not an artist, but let's go with that. So, an overbite is where your top teeth are in front of your bottom teeth. So there's 2 ways to fix it. Oh, an open bite. An open bite is way harder to fix. But let's just go this way. If you had an overbite, there's 2 ways to fix it. You can wear rubber bands or wear an appliance to pull your bottom jaw forward. For some people, that's just not an option. Compliance could not be there. Or your jaw just could not move. If you're my age and you have a severe overbite, your jaw may not move enough to actually fix it. So what you would do is you would pull 2 premolars, usually the second premolar, towards the back of the mouth, and you just slide instead of moving the bottom teeth forward with an appliance or with rubber bands, you pull 2 second premolars on top, and you pull the entire top mouth back. Not ideal if you have a very weak jaw, but it will get the job done. To adjust the bite. Those stats, wild. An open bite is where your front, even when you bite down, your back teeth touch and your front teeth do not touch. Fixing an open bite is incredibly difficult. No, wait, I'm not done yet. I want to see how much I can goof around with you here. Drop a state. So there is some real goof I can do here. In vanilla. Oh, so she has braces. No open, she has pretty much no open bite, no overbite. That's awesome. Cause, okay. They seem to have, in vanilla, you're able to, like, use, Leo here could, like, leave the map and just kind of, like, wander around. An open bite, because if your mouth starts off open like this, pulling that down can be very tough. I've never treated a case of open bite with using permanent tooth extraction. But, usually I just use a boatload of rubber bands. You line the teeth and just wear rubber bands to shut the bite. Jeez, Leo. Leo hit the damage cap. But you can do that, especially if your open bite is really bad, then pulling certain teeth could allow it to shut easier. And these people, they never smile with their teeth because they're self-conscious of the fact that when they bite down, their teeth can't touch in the front. This can be a very difficult thing to fix for both the patient and the orthodontist. So it's super exciting that it's only a year and she's already her open bite's already closing. So that is fantastic. Talking about gnashers here mostly. I don't know what a gnasher is, Syed. But put braces on this little kid today. His name was Zeb. Z-E-B. Zeb. I asked if that was short for something, and the answer was no. Hey, Roberts. What? Rip Leo. Leo did his best. Rip Leo. Rip Celis. Rip Shadow. Rip Interceptor. Rip. I'm gonna make Leo deader. I like it at 1.0 you had Leo hitting the damage cap. That's neat. Alright, use this opportunity to grab a beverage. Oh, you're out too, Blank? Alright, have a good one, y'all. I had to grab more alcohol. And the food I made earlier, put in the microwave. Since it's 8 hours in and we're not done yet, so let's go. I'm still feeling it. I want to have some water, actually. Come and get me. 4-2. 4-3. This is like the one scene, I would say it's every time I play this game. This is the one scene that is not good in Final Fantasy VI. Kefka's entire shtick before this and after this was the unassuming jester just the joke that no one takes seriously, who does all this stuff from behind the scenes. How he beat Leo a moment ago. Subterfuge. It's how he'll beat Gestal in like an hour. And then suddenly here, he's all powerful, can neutralize everything, and suddenly it's no big deal. This scene could be fixed by having the Guardians he brought with him do all the dirty work while he laughed and taunted. The entire game builds up Kefka as a nihilistic clown. And they just throw it away for that scene because it really felt like they knew where they were with you on the tower and meeting the Espers, and they knew where you were going with the floating continent, and they quickly threw together a scene to get you from A to B and said, we'll come back to this, and they didn't. That'll do, buddy. They'll stop the bleeding. Here in Brave New World, they make it obvious that he puts a bandana around the dog. To make Celes seeing a bandana around a bird later a thing. Brave New World here fixed the plot hole. Setzer, please. It's okay, it's 1 in the morning. There are no children are still awake at this point. All I do is loosen her tongue. I can be quite persuasive. Perfect gentleman. What a waste. So, going to the floating continent will be crime. Edgar. And I guess we need a third. We're gonna be saddled with Shadow anyway, but presumptuous to assume Edgar would wait. The world's ending. Hera did make it to 20. I guess Sabin? Get some numbers into him? We need to go get Zone Seek, but aside from that, I think we're done. Not gonna bother grabbing the Moogle. Oh, and Gao. Duh. Gao. Crime, Edgar, Gao. Went 5 minutes without using him and forgot about my boy. Please, come on. Just get on with it, please. Change the shape of the planet as we knew it. Be as though the future refused to change. No. Definitely crime. Cow. And Edgar. There we go. That's a move. Let's see, you're already set up, crime. Right, tiger mask with no icon. It's just the tiger mask. It's fine. Right, let's hold on. Let's see what's special about these outfits. Half earth damage. That's water damage. Good to know. And you're good. Alright. So let's go get Zone Seek. We're not going to need to do any kind of Blue Magic Safari. Doma, Zone Seek. Let's check out Figaro. Let's see if we can go get Celis. I've never actually done that, so I'm just curious. If you skip her, can you go back and get her? Is she still locked up in the basement? Is the big question. And or if I bring Celis to Celis. Oh, another Atlas Armlet. I approve. If I had more than one damage dealer. Trying to think of the Imperial Air Force. Alright, just for experimentation, we're not going to actually do this. Just curious. Ye old bright side. Huh, this is still here. These are fine. Yeah, this scene is just stays. Huh. Oh no. The scene breaks. It doesn't play. Alright, well. That's fine. That scene breaks. So in Brave New World at least, you can't go back and get her later. I can change out of my outfit if I were so desire. I could walk in there, change my outfit, and then turn around and leave. So good to know. Now we've learned. May as well grab Zone Seek. I have the cash. Or maybe Zone Seek isn't until the World of Ruin. Alright. I would leave just belt stuff, of which I'm not going to use. I'll do more belt stuff in the World of Ruin. Yeah. I guess I'll spend some money on Shadow Gear. Give him anything to do. Good enough. Let's buy some items and move on. To the sky. Shrimp, broccoli, and rice. Real good. I'm guessing Defender's Harvester is the 1 in 3. The only healing rage we have that isn't Flan, so I'll stick with it. a pretty good time for a harvester, buddy. No? Oh. I don't tell you what to do. You're your own person, gal. It's fine. Bender is horribly unreliable. There you go. Appreciate it, man. Very nice. Edgar's helping. I guess I could have gone to Figaro and bought those, tools, huh? Flash and the drill. I didn't. Yeah, whatever, we just go for it. I think it's fine. Full moons are good enough. Our last battle. Trust him. It's fine. 7,200 damage in one swing from Crime. He has 10,000 health. One more poke will do it. That'll do it. 7,200 in one salvo. Buffs? What are that? What's that? Trust the Berserkers to take care of this. Edgar's here for moral support. He's not strong enough to be berserked and be helpful. That's it for this fight. Yes. Alright. The sneezes are all over the place, but you know, that kind of happens with the sneeze. Sachu, and off it goes. That part's done. And that one's done. The Gao's marking the target, and then Crime destroys it. I set up Cure 2 before Megavolt even went off, and Sap still went before him. Wind-up times for a lot of these moves is ridiculous. Alright, let's not sit through all that again. Let's just do that fight again. Edgar's helping. Dead. There you go, Gao. Much better. $4,000 damage to that one. Wild. Ow. You might still have this gal. He uses megavolt or gigavolt. $96 damage kill. GG, yo. Alright. So it's been just shy of 9 hours. Merchant Lock holding out strong here. Next time when we come back to this, we finish the World of Balance and move into the World of Ruin, where our first task will be gathering a team to go get crime. We can continue destruction of all those around him. So, take care. Have a good one. It's Tom. Oh, bye. Take it easy, y'all. Thanks for watching.